Hey, good morning, everyone. I think we can go ahead and get started. I believe the only committee member that isn't already in attendance that was planning on attending today is Elizabeth Bunga. And so I just want to give a second here for Laura and Melissa to get the recording going, and then we'll get going on today's meeting. So good morning, and thanks for being here. This is our fourth committee meeting for adoption of the 2022 Oregon Structural Specialty Code. Again, we appreciate all of you taking the time and volunteering your expertise to the process. We couldn't do it without you. So for today's meeting, looking at the agenda, just like we did in the last meeting, we're going to revisit some of the tabled matrix items, and then we're going to jump into our code review of the chapters listed there. We have a couple of public proposals to cover today in order. I saw Mr. Tom Young on the call. There's Tom. Hi there. Thanks for being here, Tom. And then we also have a public proposal from Mr. Bressman as well. So going back to the tabled items, a couple of things changed from what we discussed right at the end of our last meeting. So the care facilities discussion for care facilities within dwellings, we're not ready to discuss that one from the division standpoint at this time. So we've moved that to the December 2nd meeting. You still have the access to those available proposed amendments as linked through the matrix. But right now we're planning on discussing that at the December 2nd meeting. And the other change was Chapter 31. So as you know, we have a committee member who's a technical expert in the solar provisions, and she was unable to attend today's meeting. So she asked if we could just push 31 until she's available to attend, which would be the December 2nd meeting. So that's the plan on 31 as well. So those are the only changes really from what we discussed at the last meeting. We have a few review items that were tabled, and so we'll take a look at those. I believe we start in Chapter 16, and I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy once we maybe get the matrix up and those matrix items here. All right, so the first one we have noted for the committee discussion is item 16-3 on your matrix. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy. Thanks, Jeremy.
Yep. Thanks, Tony. Good morning, everybody. So this one was the model code change that added a component and cladding wind zone and pressure dimensions requirement on the construction documents. You asked the group to take a look at it and get back to you. SEAO spent some time on it, so I'll turn it over to Seth now to discuss. Also, I just wanted to point out, we can also pull up the model code original proposal if the committee wants to take a look at that as well, just to see what the reasoning was. It was actually proposed by roofing contractors that pointed out during their training sessions, people were misunderstanding how to apply ASC 716 component cladding wind pressure coefficients correctly. And their intent was basically just to clarify those requirements for those roofing contractors. But I'm going to turn it over to Seth now for discussion on the updated proposed language.
Yeah. Thanks, Jeremy. After last week's committee meeting, the SEO Code Committee met last Friday afternoon and discussed this specific proposal and a few others. And the committee still is in agreement that what the model code language calls for has a lot of issues, but recognizing that there are disciplines and suppliers out there that do not necessarily have the engineering capability to design for all these pressures by themselves. We suggested a compromise, which we talked about last week, potentially listing maximum wall and roof and potentially even parapet pressures as a specific requirement. So what the code committee ended up going back for is, what is in the 2019 OSSC right now? And it is a basically a requirement that says you need to provide pressures. It doesn't say you need to provide a map of zones with dimensions. So essentially what we talked about is a compromise, what was in the 2019 or what currently is in the 2019 OSSC. So the SEO code committee felt that that was a reasonable compromise. We can't endorse the providing, roof and wall pressure zones and maps. That transfers a lot of liability onto the engineer record that was previously on the delegated design engineer. So I guess with that statement, I'll open it up to discussion.
Well, I'll go ahead and jump in because I was the dissenting voice last week. This is one that I've spoken to a couple of people in my office. We had one conversation with an enclosure consultant as well about it. And this may sound like I'm sort of arguing it both sides of this because I'm sort of thinking out loud as I'm explaining this. We have the discussion has primarily centered around delegated design components in a building. And we as architects need some of this information for portions of the building that are not delegated design. And an example of that would be when we are specifying tests that we want done on windows or other components in the building for air tightness or water tightness. We need to, in our specifications, we need to give them what those test pressures are that we want those to be done to. There are some AMA standards and whatnot that we can use, but even within that, we set those pressures. And so we need this information for things that really aren't necessarily delegated design. So that's one piece of it. When we do have buildings that have multiple components that do involve delegated design, if we put the requirements to determine these test pressures on each of these different delegated design engineers, then what we wind up with is a situation where the owner is paying for multiple engineers to do the same calculations rather than a single source to do those calculations. There's also a chance that there's more chance for error when you have multiple people doing these calculations. So that was another piece that we were looking at for this. The concern about liability, we talked a little bit about that internally, and to be honest, anytime an engineer puts a calculation on paper to a building, they're assuming liability. So I understand that this is something that's a little out of the ordinary, but you put snow loading, you put other loading information on the documents that outside engineers need to use to design things like roof trusses and other components. The flip side of this to me, though, is this also feels like it could be really, rather than a code issue, it's more of a contractual issue. We put it in our standard proposals to all of our structural engineers that you will do this and you will give us this information as part of your services for us. So that's the other side of the argument. I'm thinking it may not be something that needs to be in the code, but it is information that we need to have from the structural engineer. So I think to me, at the end of the day, I can support it either way. It can either stay in the code or be taken out, because we're going to require it anyway, one way or another.
And I totally understand the first part of your comment. You need to understand wind pressures to spec certain things for Windows example. The challenge with wind is the wind pressure, the design wind pressure depends on the size of the component, whether you're looking at a vertical stud or a horizontal mullion. The wind pressure based on its tributary square footage of area, that wind pressure, changes. And so when you ask for and I've been asked by many architects, what wind pressure should we put in our spec for our windows? And so I go around and I look at the window conditions, and I'm able to determine that is. But the blanket, even just the complexity of creating these maps, what are you creating them for? And if you do it for the most conservative assumptions, which is what engineers will do, then you're going to end up over designing all of these components and creating confusion, or I think that'll create confusion. I don't know, with these people who go to design it, and all of a sudden you're saying, oh, you have to design this for 40 PSF, and they're used to, 20, 25. And it's because you took the worst of the worst assumptions because you were just trying to get it in the drawings. The other thing that we discussed in our committee is if we are required to put a maximum pressure for roofs and walls, for example, what happens if we try and find the worst condition, but we don't necessarily find the worst condition when we go to list that number in the tables? Are we then liable if something happens? And the answer is probably yes. And I get that, engineers have liability regardless, and we'll probably get pulled in regardless of what happens. But, I'm trying to represent the SEO committee. I was hoping that Eric would be on to speak to this as well, but I don't see him on yet.
And as I said, we're, from our standpoint, this will, even if it's not in the building code, this will translate into a contractual agreement that we're going to put in place with our structural engineers. So that's why, really, if the committee wants to have this removed, I'm not going to object to that personally, because I think we have a workaround for that. I do think you're coming about designing for the worst case. I think we have to do that. I mean, we don't want things flying off our buildings. So even if we take the average, that doesn't work, because we could still have things in the corners flying off the building. So we would take the worst condition that you gave us. And certainly for test pressures, we would.
Yeah. And for things like windows and stuff, they typically are tested to a pretty high load. But when you start getting into, like, for example, bitter design exterior metal studs, you got all kinds of weird conditions there. And if you just apply a blanket worst case pressure, you're going to up the cost of those studs, where usually they're pretty dialed in because the engineer who works for the metal stud supplier is looking at all those different conditions and providing unique pressures for those conditions.
This is Eric Sandoval. I appreciate SEO going back and looking at this in the committee group, and I appreciate their comments and understanding the complexities and the codification of this, and also looking at the previous code and where we're going forward. I also appreciate your work, Eric Pressman, on talking to the folks and understanding that you could do it contractually or with with it in the code. And for me, I looking at this language and I see some flexibility in it. I don't see a determination in the struck language that says it has to be of any conservative nature the worst case, but I can understand why an engineer might do that to make sure that the liability is reduced. And I also know that even if that were done, there would be some ability to do value engineering by a vendor, but it means that now the building department or the structural engineer within the building department would need to align with that. Whereas if it's not codified, then it's alignment between the structural engineer of the design and the vendor. So it does open up the discussion to a bigger group of people. And I think what we heard last time was that there was some anxiety within the building department about some of these issues, and potentially this would help mitigate that. So I think this is a topic that is important to discuss. I'm open to moving into it at another cycle or taking care of it here. I can't see taking care of it here without support from SEAO, because I have, there's a lot of structural engineers within that group that represent the state engineering group. And so it's hard to move it forward without that support. So I'm seeing some discord there. What I mean by moving it forward is moving the 2021 base code language forward, not the proposed striking of the language. I see that as being in line with SEAO.
So Seth, what are you guys proposing, that we strike it, or did you say you had some kind of a compromise?
And I'll answer your question, and I'll let Amit go because he's got his hand up. Our compromise coming out of our meeting Friday was to revert to 2019 language, which essentially, if you read, it's a little vague, but if you read it, it says we need to provide maximum pressures without defining zone. So the way that, when we went back and read this, and honestly, some engineers are doing this more than others, we should be providing maximum wall and roof pressures. But it wouldn't be a map, it wouldn't be a drawing, it would be just numbers in a table on the general notes, is how we interpreted it. Amit, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I was just going to clarify with the question that Terry asked. Is basically what SEAO was proposing was to revert back to the 2019 OSSC language in there, which basically says design wind pressures to be used for exterior components. All we are striking out is their applicable zones and dimensions. That's the only piece we'll be striking out. The rest of the language will be essentially matching what is there currently in 2019 OSSC.
Eric, that's kind of a little bit about what you were saying. Do you think that
Yeah,
works?
I think so. And I think from our side, if we need to expand that for specific projects, we can do that contractually directly with the engineers that we're working with.
Think I'm all right with that. Eric, are you okay with that? Janice? Yeah, it looks like we got some consensus there, Jeremy.
All right, thanks, everybody. So Laura, the agreement by the committee was to recommend going with the 2019 OSSC provisions for the 2022 OSSC for this section. Next item, 16-9. Minimum uniformly distributed live loads table 1607.1. This is one where SEAO had recommended adding a line item specific to mechanical rooms and elevated platforms. Go ahead, Seth.
Yeah, so when we discussed this table last week, I believe, I had noted that I had a longstanding grudge with mechanical rooms and elevated platforms. I took this back to the SEO committee. We discussed. We actually felt that it was better to add it to line item 6 rather than add a new line item, because there's already standing language there about maintenance and service access, which also gave us justification for the 40 PSF live load for these areas. We also added this footnote D to alleviate some concerns about what should already be being done, which is mechanical equipment shall be included in as dead loads, basically per the code, but it just a little bit of reinforcing language that says, these mechanical rooms sometimes have very heavy mechanical equipment, 40, 50,000 pounds at times. That needs to be included as a dead load. One, because it's the more proper application for gravity design, but it also then it requires you to include it in your seismic mass, which is especially for these, typical school building, you put these on the roofs, and that's a big deal as far as the weight of the roof. So it was just kind of an extra pointer to make sure it gets done. Already required by code, so it's not a new code requirement. It's just an extra pointer.
Looks good to me.
Any other discussion on it? Sounds good. Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. That moves forward 16-28. Is the next one, Laura? This was a modification to ASC 7, section 12.3.3.3, clarifying the requirement via proposal OSSC 22-12 from Paul Auerbach, structural reviewer from City of Gresham. And I don't know if Paul is on the.
Yeah, I think I saw Paul on.
Okay.
Paul,
So, yeah, Paul, if you could open up any discussion and or Seth.
Well, I guess since I'm here, we at the SEAO meeting last week, we agreed on language that SEAO has proposed that limits the amendment to just adding the words "and their connections" after structural elements, and getting rid of any other changes that I was proposing to this section. This doesn't quite do what the intent of what my intent was, which was to stop the frequent misinterpretation that we're seeing, where practicing engineers think that there is an exemption specifically for wood buildings. It does less to stop that misinterpretation, I think, but it certainly doesn't hurt anything, and it does make it harder or less likely that people will try to argue that there is such an exception for wood buildings when there in fact is not one. So that this compromise is certainly fine with me, and obviously it's what SEAO supports. So
Thanks, Paul.
I think that's what we are.
The only thing I would add to it, I think the biggest hiccup is there's an existing 716 commentary figure that's just wrong. I think the best way to alleviate that concern is to get a formal interpretation from the ASC 7 seismic committee that basically acknowledges that that figure is not in alignment with the code language. The issue is with a commentary figure. So I think the three words that we added strengthens the code language to the intent. And then what we didn't do is basically, I think, Paul, you had something in there about there's no exceptions to this.
Based on the type
already.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, the SEO committee definitely appreciates the struggle that you face with people misinterpreting this. But I think this is better code language. And then we just have to deal with the issue that there's a bad commentary figure floating out there.
Yeah, and for all intents and purposes, at least I personally have a formal interpretation from from John Hooper, the chair of the ASC 7 committee who I used to work with. But so if applicants, try to make this argument to me, I have kind of like, I can tell them that, look, the chair of the ASCE 7 seismic committee told me so explicitly that the figure is wrong. But, as far as a formal thing, I don't have that. I could show them an email. But anyway, but not to belabor it, I'm fine with this current amendment, so I'll stop talking.
I'm wondering
So-
if there's some method within the building codes division to provide a clarity statement, if that would be something that's an available resource by redoing the commentary from the ASCE and providing that availability to the public.
Tony, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, we could absolutely do that, Mr. Sandoval. I mean, I think it would be something we could capture in just a generic informal interpretation, which we send out, all
Yeah.
day, pretty much
That's what I'm
every day.
thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
So-
Yeah.
Yep. So we could do that. Absolutely. If that's what the committee would like to see. That's
Does that
great.
help,
We can make
Paul?
note of that.
Seth?
And this will, again, this will get taken care of as of when ASCE 722
Right. It's the next
is
version.
published. So,
Right. Mhm.
which will happen, before the next OSSC code cycle. So we will have a formal document from ASCE 7 before the next OSSC that's going to fix that figure. So.
Yep.
Yeah, so this,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I was going to say this, Terry, I would support that. I would say, Paul, if you could send them your letter that you have from the committee chair, and that can be part of their basis for putting that out. And I recommend that we approve the change, and then that we encourage Building Codes Division to put out a formal interpretation or however they do that.
Any other
Yeah.
thoughts?
And Jeremy, I have a copy of the 722 preprint version, and it will be available for purchase in about 6 weeks. So the official will be out shortly.
Great, thanks. And I already have, Paul shared his email with BCD, so we have that. All right, so should be good to go. Any other thoughts? Thumbs up, thumbs down? All thumbs up. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Next line item is 17-10. So we're jumping into chapter 17. Section 170510, structural integrity of deep foundations. Building Codes Division, we reached out to few special inspection agencies listed on OBOA's approved agency or registered agency list, and got they were the foundation special inspection and geotech community we reached out to just to get their opinion on this language that you see in front of you now. So this is updated language BCD prepared for you to review based on your thoughts and input during the last review of this. So I'll open up for committee discussion now. Thanks.
I appreciate you reaching out to the special inspectors. I'll just read this here.
Jeremy, I like the revised language. The second sentence says that the test shall include. Is there cases where those tests may not be necessary? Like, I'm not super familiar with each of these 4 different ASTM specs, but it's basically saying if you guys require an assessment, you shall do all 4 of these tests. Is it?
It's an or. See the last or. So it's one of those.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, it's one of those. And then the last thing would be or other approved method, which would be
Okay.
if the engineer of record or someone else recommended a different method.
Okay.
I like this language. It seems like it's more collaborative, and it has a proper tracing of authority. It's a nice meld.
Well done. I agree.
And then something that we thought necessary is in situ testing. Model code language, we realized also uses the term reasonable doubt. And so we have adjusted language based on this recommended language here for 1708.1, I believe, Laura.
Be consistent. I think that's
To be
good. Yeah.
consistent, correct. Yeah.
Mhm.
You can take a look at that just for your thoughts as well. There it is there at the
Nice.
Yeah.
1708.1.
Mhm. Yeah, that definitely makes more sense.
Any other thoughts, discussion? Recommendations? Okay, let's see, 2 thumbs up. Okay. All right, great. Thanks, everybody. I think that was it on my list of to do, Tony.
Great, thanks, Jeremy. We did have one note on item 17-17. Mr. Bressman did some outreach on this one. Eric, could you kind of give the information to the committee that you found out?
Yeah. I reached out to a couple of different contractors and a couple of different testing agencies to get cost impact on this one. And unfortunately didn't hear back from the testing agencies, but did have some conversation with one of the general contractors. And we kind of built a test case with a 165 unit apartment building. We assumed that would trigger the 250 occupant threshold. That's about 1.5 occupants per unit. And it came out to about 6 full days of inspections for fire stopping over all the units, because there's multiple inspections that have to take place. And so the number we came up with was about $7,200 if the testing agency hourly rate is about $150. So that's the only piece I don't know, is whether $150 an hour for testing agencies is in the ballpark or not, because I haven't had a chance to actually touch base with one of them.
What would that rate be per unit if the 165 was there? I just haven't done the math.
Per unit, let's see. So 7,200. Gosh, that can't be right.
It's like 7,200
Yeah.
divided by 165.
Yeah, it's only about $45 a unit. It's not much. 43.63. Yeah, it's minimal impact per unit.
Yeah.
We assume they would have to make 3 inspections per unit though, because there's fire stopping through the framing, and then you would also have it through each layer of drywall, and assuming that we would have double layers in many cases, so that's why we figured 3 inspections.
That's good. Thanks for doing that research. We were missing that piece.
And I can, Tony, if you need me to put my calculations and assumptions into an email, I can do that.
Be great if you don't mind. Yeah.
Nope, that's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for doing that work. Is there any other discussion from the committee about that? That was, so just to revisit that item, it was approved by the committee, but then we were circling back on the fiscal side. So just giving Tyler, our policy analyst, some additional information on that. Good. Great. And thanks again for doing that, Eric. Much appreciated. All right. And so there was, I think, one other item that was a little bit out of order, and it was, we covered Chapter 21 masonry last time, and we had a public proposal, as you'll recall, in there. And I believe the proponent is here, Mr. Tom Young, for public proposal 22-13. So at the pleasure of the committee, I think it would make sense to cover that one here before we start getting into the new chapters for today. And there's Tom. All right, Tom, I'll turn it over to you. Laura has the proposed amendment up on the screen. Thank you.
All right, Tony, thank you. Can you hear me okay? All right. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to the committee. This is a proposal that I've offered with the goal of improving the performance of adhered veneers. One of the most common failure modes we see in adhered veneer is a debonding of the unit itself to the substrate. And currently the IBC allows for either type M or S mortar along with the higher bond ANSI modified mortars. And my proposal is to only allow for the bond coat itself, not the substrate, but just the bond coat itself, to only allow the ANSI approved mortars, either A118.4 or A118.5, which both have significantly higher bond strength than a type NRS mortar would, in the range of 300 to 400 PSI versus something more like 50 PSI in the typical NRS mortars. So the goal is to improve the performance of the system with this change. It also is a change that is being tracked by the TMS code and is in the current draft for the next edition of the TMS code, the 2022. So it's also given us a little jump ahead in Oregon so that we can start using the better mortars sooner than we would if we wait for the adoption of the next TMS code. So that committee has recognized the issue as well and is making modifications to the code to improve the performance of the system as well. So that's the proposal, and happy to answer questions. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you said 118.4 or 118.5, but the proposal says 118.15.
Oh, excuse me.
Instead of 5.
Thank you for listening to me that closely. It should be as the proposal states, the 0.15. 0.4 is a modified mortar and 0.15 is improved modified mortar. So that ranges you from 300 to 400 PSI bond strength. Now to that point, there is one other issue I wanted to bring up, and it's not reflected here, but in my proposal, and I did go back to double check, but there is 2 words that I'm striking from the current provision that's in the IBC, and those 2 words would be latex and Portland. And so my complete proposal would actually be what you see here, with the addition of the striking of the word latex and the striking of the word Portland. And that is to match the new terminology in ANSI. So these mortars are modified by other polymers besides latex, and they do not call them Portland any longer. They are modified dry set cement mortars. And so that would be the addition to what you see here. And that was in my original submittal. So I wanted to point that out as well. So there's
Tony,
2 words that are struck through in the current IBC 2103.2.4.
Tony, do you guys have that?
Yeah, I think so. Laura, did you catch that all right? We could also pull up the 21 iteration here and just look at the language in that. But it sounds like you're striking latex and Portland from the proposal on the screen.
Correct.
The committee.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it'll just say modified dry set.
Modified dry set cement mortar. And that matches the terminology that ANSI is now using. They've taken the word latex and Portland out of those standards.
Sorry. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. That's it.
Great.
That was as submitted.
Seth, I'm assuming you guys are okay with that?
I don't know that the SEO committee has reviewed it, but I personally don't have any issue with it.
Okay, looks good to me.
Yeah, I don't.
Excellent. I see thumbs up all around.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, Tom. Much appreciated.
Is there a fiscal impact?
Eric, yeah, we looked at that. I've talked to a couple of the manufacturers of these mortars. We expect there is a bit of a material impact, cost impact, about 5 cents a square foot. But the feeling is that because of the workability, you get a little more coverage with this material. It has a little longer pot life. So we felt that the overall cost of the system would be not impacted. And then, of course, there wouldn't be, hopefully that you're not going to be looking at extra labor to replace a failed system, but just looking at the actual material costs and the labor costs, we feel it's fairly close to neutral.
Thank you.
Right. Great. So that takes us through all of the tabled items we were going to cover today, and the remaining item there from chapter 21. So the first on the agenda, and it's a big first item to note, is we have the integration of the new construction provisions of the International Fire Code. And so Eric McMullen,
Before we go there, Tony, didn't we have one more that we were talking about for rooftop assembly areas, and we were missing Eric Bressman last time, and so he was going to talk about that? Or am I missing that? Is that
No,
we did that last time?
we did that last time. It was
Thank
2
you.
meetings ago that I missed.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sure, yeah, good check. So here we are. We have Eric McMullen from our team, senior code specialist, going to give the committee some background on integration of these new construction provisions, and then lead the committee through the chapter 4. It's a big chapter. So here we go.
Yeah, it is. Good morning. So most of you are probably familiar enough by now, after the original Appendix N and then our integration this last round, with the process of pulling the new construction provisions out of the IFC, model IFC, and bringing them into the OSSC. And so we've just repeated that process this go around. Of course, there's going to be some new provisions, or there are some new provisions in the 2021 IFC that we had to address. There's some tweaks, and but most of it is going to be what you saw last time, and a lot of it aligns or falls into chapter 4. So we get a bunch of chapter 4 sections, and I think we add one this year for storage of distilled spirits and distilled wines. So we'll get to that later, but so same process, and we will. We're not going to go over everything we're integrating, as you can imagine. What we're going to go over is the SIG changes to the 21 and the SIG changes to the IFC provisions that are new. So the baseline is the existing provisions that we brought over. So we're not going to go through all of them, and that's not to say we couldn't talk about anything that's being integrated that's not new. Of course, the committee can discuss anything they would like. So, but I just wanted to, we're not going to try to do all of it. So I'm going to dive in, and our first one unless there was any questions, I'm sorry.
Just had 2 items. One was having to do with that emergency control station, hoping to talk about that. And the second item had to do with some comments I had received regarding the use of ANSI B31.3 specifically for process piping in semiconductor facilities. And so there was a modification to that because it was in conflict with the boiler program. And we haven't really talked about that outside of this committee, but those 2 items are for me related to chapter 4.
Can you, Eric, can you repeat the first one? Would you say emergency what?
Emergency control station. There's a provision in 415.11 for emergency control stations. I think it's 415.11.10. And I wanted to tie that to the egress provisions that we were talking about before, was something that I talked with another committee member about and sent in an email on that revised language that I was aligned with.
Okay, I have a note after item 4-16 for you, the other one you had discussed
Yeah, that's the one.
previously. And then, so then the BPV one, there's not really a place to put that discussion, and Tony can chime in here, but I don't foresee any change because of the BPV program having authority. That's what happened last time. We pulled all the B31 stuff out. So unless, you have some thoughts on that, Tony, on what we might want to do with that?
Well, more just questions. I think you nailed it, Eric. Mr. Sandoval, was there a particular location, or was there a general concept that you wanted to discuss at the committee level?
Well, it was inside of the semiconductor section having to do with piping, and it was removed because it had the B31.3 provision in it. So when it got removed, then the people who were designing that piping system said we don't have a standard to use for process piping now that that's been removed. And so what happened is that B31.3 is being used by two different groups, basically. One's being used by the boiler system and one's being used by process piping people for a different purpose. And so even though it's the same standard, it's being used in two different industries, if you will. So the process piping group has, in my opinion, really nothing to do with boiler system. It's just hazardous materials going through a pipe that's pressurized throughout these large factories. And it's not really related to boiler pressure systems, in my opinion. And I don't know that the boiler pressure board would be reviewing those pipes. There potentially could be work being done by special inspections, but by removing the standard, the special inspection industry may not have a tag to get involved with that inspection. So it's probably still happening unrelated to the code, just because, there's specifications out there, much like Eric Bressman talked about, contractual language that makes this stuff happen, but it may not be quote unquote enforceable by the building department. So that's kind of what the industry ramifications to that previous removal.
This is Terry. Do we have somebody from the fire service here again today or not?
We do. We have Mr. David Mills is here, and Eric McMullen from our team has an extensive fire service background as well.
Because this has been a concern that we have on the hazardous materials stuff versus the, boiler stuff. Whether or not we have any holes there that aren't getting looked at. It's been a big concern for our fire personnel.
Sure. And so a couple of things, right? We do have the white paper that's out there that talks about process piping. And then just to circle back real quick, Mr. Sandoval, on what you had mentioned there, for as far as it sounds like it's more of a design reference compatibility issue that maybe would be addressed in the code. So we do this very similarly throughout the state building code, of course, where we have a statewide program, let's say the elevator program, for example, we still have reference to the elevator code. So would it be something that would be resolved by having a similar reference, as far as keeping?
Yeah, it would resolve it by doing that reference.
Okay. So like keeping 31.3 referenced in, but then also saying, by the way, here's the boiler and pressure vessel statewide program.
Yep.
Okay.
That would resolve it.
Okay. Well, opinion. Could we add that to the matrix and then maybe circle back to that so that we have time to get the language up on the screen, that we know what section that you're really looking at, and then maybe we can draft up some examples of pointers that we could add or propose for the committee?
I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
I'm open to that.
Excellent.
So Eric, are there times when the hazardous material is in pipe that it isn't under pressure? Because that boiler system is only pipes that are under pressure, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm worried about the other process piping that isn't under pressure, but it's still real hazardous materials.
Yeah, it still would be covered inside of B31.3 as non-pressurized piping because it has to do with potential leakage. So there are tests and methods to document that within that standard, but it's not a pressurized system. So that's a regular method of understanding how to deal with hazardous material piping. Yes, that's
Well,
standard.
and the reason I'm bringing that up is because if we take everything out and point you to the pressure or to the boiler, and it's not under pressure, the boiler is going to then say they're not looking at it because it's not under pressure, and then all of a sudden nobody's looking at it. And those are some of the concerns that we've had.
Well, I think that's a good topic to talk about during that item.
Yeah.
So thanks for bringing that up, Terry.
Fire, you guys have anything you want to chime in?
Terry, this is David Mills, State Fire Marshal's Office. I agree with you. There have been questions and discussions on the difference between boiler pressure piping and non-pressure piping and whose responsibility and which standards it should fall under. We don't do the new construction inspections in general. Some fire departments, such as Portland, does help with your building department in doing those, but generally it is left up to the local building department to do, but we end up having a lot of questions ourselves. So we'd love to have that clarity that Eric was seeking on that. So we would be in support of it.
All right. Any other committee notes? Any other? Sounds like we'll identify that as an item for the December 2nd meeting. The agenda is getting full. December 2nd. It's going to be a busy meeting. Okay, so we'll note that. Laura will note that, and then we'll get to work on some information. We'll share the link to the current white paper that's available through the boiler program webpage currently.
And Tony, I'll send the comments into this group, and it'll go to you so you can see what the concerns were, and the people in the committee can see it before the December 2nd, so they can mull over it.
Yeah, excellent. And I'm not sure that under the technical committee review process that we'll resolve any statutory authority discussions as far as the boiler program goes. And I think that's a little bit outside the purview of a technical review committee, but absolutely we can look at the language and see if we can at least get some pieces in place on the technical side to make things go smoothly. So
yeah, I agree. Appreciate that.
Thanks for bringing that up. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Eric.
Thanks, Tony. Anybody else with any general stuff related before we dive in? And we'll plug that other one in after 4-16 for you, Eric. So the first issue on the matrix, or the first significant change to the IBC is really just cleanup related to tall wood buildings, and it's 4-1, 403.3.2, and that's bringing in the 4A and 4B tall wood buildings over 120, bringing in the requirement for a secondary water supply. Okay, lots of thumbs. That one's easy. Check. You guys are kind of setting the standard for that first one. I'm going to expect all 28 of these to just keep your thumbs up. We'll just get through this. 4-2, 404.1. We got a few here now related to some atrium changes that they made in the model code. This is the first of those in 404.1. And this was the intention on this change was to just clarify that if a building meets the requirements for in section 712 for vertical openings, then it doesn't also have to comply with the atrium provisions in 404, which was a point of confusion in the past. Yes. You get one or the other. So it looks like Eric Bressman voted twice, 2 thumbs up. So everybody else good on that one, it looks like? Okay. Boom. Next one is 4-3, still in atriums 404.5 on this one. This is a code modification. And it adds an exception there. You can see number 2 that allows a shaft enclosure in lieu of smoke control. So this one would look like if you had a multiple story building and you can connect the first 2 stories, and then you had an atrium going up through the middle of that. You got the first 2 connected, and then the rest, the other 6 stories would be separated vertically and down the sides and then across the ceiling of the second story. So you're using a combination of shaft, or you're using a shaft enclosure instead of the atrium provisions. There's a pretty good picture of that in the SIG changes that kind of describes it, but that's what it's intended to do.
Yeah, the Seattle Building Department calls this a top hat design, and we've used it a few times up there.
Nice. Thumbs up for the top hat. I like it. Makes sense, actually. All right, cruising along. Laura, you keeping up?
I'm trying. What's next?
That's next. 4-4. 404.6. So what this one does is it allows, you're all most probably familiar with, the allowance to connect 2 adjacent stories. And this one kind of builds off of that allowance, but it's related to atriums. Typically, the rest of the atrium is not supposed to be connected to the other stories when those 2 stories are connected. And then what do we do with elevators and open stairs, like access stairs that are allowed to connect 2 stories? So these 2 new sections, they point you back to the sections, the atriums and access stairways. And this is where the building is sprinklered and you have the draft curtains and the closely placed sprinklers around the opening, and limitation on, twice the width or length, and it's all familiar code language. So that's what it's doing there, is allowing that and allowing the protection that those openings are normally afforded. Got 2 thumbs. Lots of thumbs. Okay. Backing up. Sorry, I forgot to do money issues, fiscal issues. So it looks like we were good on 4-4. 4.1, I guess, does have fiscal. If you're adding a second tap on a municipal water supply. So we need to discuss that one for Tyler.
Yeah, I think there's a fiscal impact. I'm just not sure how to quantify that.
I imagine it's fairly significant. Probably talk to some civil people. I don't know.
Yeah, because I imagine there's probably a couple of different ways they can do it too. If they can do a warm tap versus having to shut everything down and come in and cut pipes and all that.
And this has to be not just a second tap on the same main. It has to be a separate main, and sometimes that could be distances to get there. I mean, I guess in fairness, it's already required. They're just adding No, it's not, because it was 420 before. I'm sorry.
Right, yeah, it's
It's
bringing it to
120 now.
a smaller height and you know, potentially this height is something that's in a city that has multiple water sources. I can't obviously see this happening all by itself in the middle of nowhere. So, you know, we're probably talking about metro areas. So they potentially have multiple mains that are nearby, but it still might be expensive to get between those systems.
Would these also have an on-site water supply, or if they have this, they don't have an on-site water supply?
Not typically.
They wouldn't have. See, that's how we have done it. If they don't have an on-site, but they can only come in off of one, we would allow them to then put in an on-site, which instead of having to run pipe from who knows where, that's how we've handled some of these within Portland. Where we're looking for, we'll have a tank that is supplied by that one line, but it also charges up the system itself too. So our second water supply basically becomes that storage.
Okay.
And I think that's historically how high rises are done, is that the second supply is in case the first supply fails. And so if it's storage inside the building to do the second one, then that's how you get that. And similar to other systems like gas and electricity and other kinds of utilities.
Yeah, so that's typically what we see them doing versus trying to come off of two lines. But doesn't mean they couldn't come off of two lines if it was there.
And maybe that's the maximum cost, is the quantity of putting a tank in, and then the other cost would be less than that.
Yeah.
Still don't know what it is, Tyler, but we're getting closer.
I appreciate that.
Yes, Tyler, there is an increase.
Yeah.
Good enough. So
I think it might help if I just notate, I mean, if we can't quantify it, that's understandable because it's kind of hard to quantify. But if we just say something like it's a significant increase or a moderate increase, something like that, I think that might be enough for our reporting purposes.
Yeah, you know, and if you just look at dollar amount, it's a significant increase. But if you look at the cost of the building, these are very expensive buildings. So
sure.
Yeah, incrementally, it's a small percentage of the total cost.
Yeah.
Okay, I will notate that down. Thank you.
and then I believe the other ones really
For savings.
no, yeah, more flexibility on the other ones up to where we are. Everybody agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So nothing on the rest of them, Tyler, and then 4-4. So we were up to, we got through 4. So we're up to 4-5, 406.2.4. This was a modification that brings back in the sloping floor requirement for S2 parking, open parking garages. Basically, they determined that originally they determined it wasn't a, or just parking garages. Sorry, I think I said S2. Originally, they had taken this away because it, the cost didn't, they said, outweighed the benefit, but now it's come full circle and they're saying that oils and salts can deteriorate concrete and the reinforcement in the concrete. And that's the reasoning for it.
Works for me. I'm sure they're putting it in because there are problems. It's hard to say on costs. I don't really know how much of a cost that adds. Might be minimal, but I don't think it would add that much. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a design decision and the construction costs are the same.
Yeah.
there might be a conveyance piece there too, but I don't know, trying to get the vehicles up and down, it prohibits potentially the ones that are through an elevator type system. I don't think it's significant.
Thumbs up. Ready, Eric?
Okay. Okie dokie. Keep moving. 4-6 is 407.3.1.1. This is we're in the group I2 in chapter 4 now. And this is the corridor doors. They made some changes to allow grills and gaps and dealing with Dutch doors and of latching, and this is all to align with a bunch of these you're going to hear this on, but it's all to align with CMS, the Centers for Medicare Services, to align with those requirements, because these facilities are, they're bound by CMS and Joint Commission does their inspections, and they're inspecting them to those standards. So they're going to meet those standards anyway. So it makes more sense to align. And it really helps, as somebody who used to inspect hospitals just for the committee. There were multiple times where they met the building code but didn't meet CMS and J code requirements and got in a bind. So that's mostly what this is about, is alignment.
Yeah, it was good to see that at the national, there were still a few items that they were getting aligned, but they've almost got it completed now. It's getting real close.
Mm-hmm. So looks like lots of thumbs up on that one. And that is probably, it's more flexibility, I believe it's allowing. I don't think there's a cost.
It's a cost savings when we tell them to do something and then they have to tear it out.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Okay. So 4-7, still moving, still in group I2s. This has to do with egress in care suites. And there used to be a limitation in the code that only allowed you to go through so many adjacent rooms when egressing through a care suite. And now they've just reeled that back to a distance of 100 feet. And that's also CMS alignment.
Can I just ask a question on this one? It has in italics exit access corridor. Was that a definition added? I don't know the term exit access corridor.
It's on the pre-exit side. So as opposed to the after exit side, which should probably be called exit passageway.
Yeah,
there's no order. Yeah.
Right.
I think it's two different defined terms.
It's two terms. They just happen to, yeah, exactly. They happen to be back to back. So it
corridor.
looks like 3 words, but it's not. It's exit access, period, corridor, period, 4 different definitions, period, reasons. But good point.
Yeah, that just seems kind of strange. But yeah, because the exit access is always, or the corridor is always part of the exit access. It's never downstream of the exit. That's fine.
Yeah.
Just curious. Thought maybe I'd missed something.
Nope. There is no exit access corridor altogether. It just happened to come together for that, and then 2 different definitions. But yeah, I can see why. Definitely. So what did we do? We got thumbs up on that one. I was looking over. Yeah, good. Okay. Still in. Wait, what do we got? Okay. Looks like Tony found that that was a move thing on the tall buildings. Apparently I didn't realize they just moved it They didn't move it. It was already in. We jumped ahead. That's what happened. So for the tall building, I had forgotten about that. Good catch. We had already had that in the 2019 OSSC. So it's new in the 21, but it wasn't new to us because we jumped ahead. And so there is no fiscal on that. So, and we got Tyler on that. So, okay.
This is for the water, the double water.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yep.
you don't have to worry about the cost because it's already part of our code. Got it.
I've forgotten that we had jumped forward on that already. So 4- where are we? 4-8 still in I2s. And so this is a modification. Yep, this is a modification. So when you had corridor doors that were smoke doors and they were always required to have the local smoke detector on either side to drop the doors, they've now expanded this to require them also to drop, which in my experience, they almost always did, on fire alarm or sprinkler activation. I'm not sure in practice this is a huge change in my experience.
Yeah. We always assumed they were.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We would have required that.
Right. Walked through many buildings watching doors release. So yeah, that was an interesting one. Okay. Now I don't know on money on that one. I don't know if nobody was doing it, there probably was, but I think it was pretty standard practice, but I'll let you guys discuss that.
No, I'd agree. I think this is just clarifying it, but I think that's what everybody has always done.
Okay, Tyler, you good? No real fiscal on that one. Okay, Laura caught up. All right, the next 4 or 5 here, 5 are existing Oregon amendments. 4-10 is the first one, 408.2. This is the existing requirement for 90 minutes of emergency power in healthcare facilities. Again, aligns with NFPA and CMS. This is existing, nothing new here.
But this is Oregon. The national doesn't have this.
No, not a direct reference. I don't know if you would get there. I've never done no, I don't think so. You're not going to get to 99. So no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next one, still moving, 4-11. This we're into 4-10. Sorry, that last one was 4-9. So we're into section 408.2. So now we're into jails, detention facilities. This is an existing Oregon amendment that adds some, let's see, which one is this? 4-10. Yep, adds in jails security operations for locking of required means. Where's it at that? Yeah, there it is. Existing Oregon amendment.
Yeah, it's already there, right? So,
yep. So no fiscal, that's existing. Next one is same 4-11 is 408.3.9. Add some requirements depending based on what tier you're on, number of exits, 2 exits above the first tier, and then some requirements for exit balconies. Also in jails, again, existing Oregon amendment. Okay, thumbs up on that one all around. And still in jails, 4-12. No. Yeah, 4-12. deletes the window. What did we do here? That was existing Oregon amendment. Getting caught up here, 408.9. Any comment on that one? It's an existing Oregon amendment that deletes windowless buildings. Sorry, just got off on my own notes here.
Well, it doesn't delete windowless buildings. It just deletes the requirement if it is a windowless building that they have a smoke control. Is that correct?
Yeah, in jails. Just yes, just specific to jails. Good point. Good point. Yep.
Yeah. Mhm.
And Tony might have more background. I skipped this one when I was doing notes somehow, so I didn't dig into it a little bit more, but I don't remember the background on this one.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. So this was Department of Corrections alignment originally. I don't recall the first iteration that it occurred in, but they were proposals from DOC, and it's been a longstanding existing Oregon deletion.
Yeah, I haven't seen any problems with it, but it does make the buildings less safe.
Well, yeah.
But it saves them a lot of money.
So I would hesitate to bring it back without input from the corrections group and a cost and some type of conflict with the actual purpose of this. So I haven't heard anything and they're not present. So I would say we should keep the deletion.
Yeah, I'm all right with it. I just wanted to point that out.
I am too, Terry. I'm just trying to make more statements, I guess. It's more of me talking out loud and justifying why I would vote a certain way. So yeah, it wasn't necessarily a response to your comment.
Okay, so overall looks like thumbs up on the deletion, and there'll be no fiscal on that one. Okay, thank you. 4-13, still in 408, still under jails, 408.11, existing Oregon amendment. And this one adds smoke and heat venting in group I3 in the resident housing areas, gives two options to do a manual system with 6 air changes or the roof vents or existing Oregon amendment.
Yeah, that looks like it's just a toggling of it, you know, like the one deleting before and this one being added and they look like they're doing the same purpose. So this emergency ventilation is a mechanical method as opposed to a physical method as opposed to a mechanical method, and the manual operated method is one of them. So it looks to me like that the safety is being taken care of.
Why isn't this talked about? And so now I've been labeled anti-vaxxer.
Thumbs, it looks like most. Right there, okay. All right. Next, let's see, no fiscal. 4-14 into section 411.5, entirely new provisions for, I think they decided to call them puzzle rooms instead of escape rooms, but these are what you would probably think of as escape rooms, or they are. And so number one is kind of obvious. I don't know why they add that, but you got to go to chapter 10 for exiting. And then also alternative designed by the building official, which is also already allowed by chapter 1. And then the last part is just exits become available or open when fire alarm or sprinklers or some sort of manual release at a constantly attended location. Thumbs looks like okay, looks like easy peasy. I don't I don't know about, hold on, Laura. Fiscal on that one? Trying to think, they already would have complied with chapter 10. And so I don't know.
It's all already in code. It's almost Department of Redundancy department kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, unless they chose option 3, because that would be the only one that they would have to use locks that were electronic that tied to the fire alarm system.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's not a requirement. It's an option for them to
Right.
use it. So it's not necessarily a cost that you would say you have to include it in the project.
Yeah, theoretically, if that was a cost, it would be less expensive than 1 or 2, or they would decide they want to do it because they want to do it.
Yeah. And most of those rooms, well, I shouldn't say most, the ones I've been in, they always have some type of an electronic lock, because if you give up, they just push a button and let you out.
Yeah, I mean, right now for you to do them, you have to come in and get an alternate method approved because there really wasn't a good, clear path to do these. So I think this is what everybody's already doing. So.
Okay, so no significant or fiscal there or
yeah,
quantifiable fiscal. Okay. That gets us up into 412, the aircraft provisions, and we have an Oregon amendment here that has a long history. 4-15, number 4-15 is 41236. This one had some changes mid-cycle last time to get, it was a collaborative deal with some legislators and aviation industry. I know the fire service was involved. There was a lot that went into this one. So this is an existing Oregon amendment, no change necessarily, or there is no change that was submitted to this one.
I remember this one.
Oh yeah. We spent hours going over this last time.
As did I.
Yeah.
Is David still on there? Just I didn't know if you want to check if David had anything to add to that. We didn't hear anything back from them.
Tony, I do not. I know there are many in the fire service that would like to see model code, but at this time, unless there's an amendment, this is currently published in the Oregon Structural Specialty Code and will be reprinted in the Oregon Fire Code.
Okay, thanks, David. Okay, so that was all thumbs up. No, there'll be no change on that fiscally because it's existing. Keep moving on. 4-16. We're in 414. Now we're into the hazmat section, 414.2.3. This is an addition. It seems like a pretty good addition to me, honestly. And that is the allowance under control areas for firewalls. So control areas are typically bounded by fire barriers. It honestly makes a lot of sense to also allow the same for firewalls that create separate buildings to also define control areas. So this would allow you to have, if you had a building shell that was divided with 2 fire areas and you would have or firewalls, and you'd have 3 buildings by code, you could actually have 12 control areas, 4 in each, your maximum, assuming first floor and all that. But that's just acknowledging firewalls now.
This is straight ICC language, right?
Correct.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Are you right now?
I would have assumed this was already the way we do things.
But I'm not firing you because of the vaccine.
I agree with you, Eric. I would have too. if somebody had asked me, I would have said, of course, firewalls could, you could start over with your control areas. So it's,
You know, what doesn't make sense, and maybe it's just because they didn't want to put it there, but this is so close to the same language in chapter 5 that talks about firewalls that they didn't just add control areas into that statement in chapter 5.
Yeah, the only reason why I would say they did it is because people go to 414 for hazardous material and they go to 5 for area. And so this is about control areas and that one's about allowable area for a building. And that's just talking to different groups of people looking in the code.
Right. But I had a proposed amendment this last cycle that didn't get passed that kind of dealt with that same issue, because they also, they talk about construction type in chapter 5, and that belongs in chapter 6.
That's
and
true.
I tried to get that moved to chapter 6, and
So I know
they said no.
Well, I would have supported you, Eric.
Who knows how the committee decides these things?
Okay, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways. Okay, looks like thumbs up. Ruby's chair gave us a thumbs up. I saw it. Okay, and this one would not be a fiscal. That one would not be a fiscal. It's just additional options or restating the obvious. So that was 416. So next is 4-17. This is an existing Oregon amendment to the Group R 420.11 and the Group R section, and the committee and the board last go around wanted to add operated by a college or university for housing. And I think we already had one of these come up previously. And this is just to continue that Oregon amendment. Looks like all thumbs. Terry? Yep, okay. No fiscal on that one, Tyler. 4-18, this is new IBC language, 422.7. And it doesn't show up on the matrix, but this is in 2 other places, for 420.9 and 407.2.7. This has taken an existing concept allowing domestic cooking appliances with a list of conditions. And this came around last go around in a couple other places in the code, a little bit different, but in these sections, they're pretty much the same. This is the first of which, and it just requires a laundry list of things being met, timers and some different things. Yeah, there it is. Limits what it can be. Shutoffs, timers. The portable fire extinguisher one is part of all of them, and I think that's gonna go away. We just didn't get it crossed off because we delete 906 already. So. And what else do I have on that? These are going to, well, you don't see it in the lists. I think it's, what did I write down here? So 407.27, 420.9, and this section are pretty much the same new language. And what you don't see in the list is automatic fire protection, but it is in 9. You will find it. So these all require the 300A engineered systems. That's typically what you're finding is it's a hood with a built-in fire extinguishing system already. That's mostly what they'll go with. It just has to meet 300A, and the A is different than the normal commercial 300. Got several thumbs. Looks like lots of thumbs. Okay, that is going to not be fiscal because it's allowing this, something that probably wasn't previously. Committee agree? Okay. For the cooking, 419. Storm shelters. Tony, did you wanted to talk this, I believe.
I'm happy to jump in. I think you could
Yeah.
easily cover it, Eric. But section 423, what we have here for committee discussion is that we're proposing to reduce what was in the 19 OSSC. This does not apply in Oregon. So if we look at the threshold of where it's required, which is in the right-hand column of the provision, it specifies the wind speeds based on tornado design. I think it's also maybe triggered for hurricane-prone regions as well. So what we have, if you look at the 19 OSSC, we kept it in, but it's never a requirement in Oregon. However, if somebody wanted to voluntarily, an owner wanted to voluntarily, design a storm shelter, we were proposing there to keep in the general language of 423.1. So again, just for committee discussion, consideration.
I think this makes sense logically. We had other things, like high snow, these other kinds of natural disaster pieces that aren't applicable here, mostly having to do with hurricanes and the other provisions. And we took those out because we didn't have an application for those. It's similar to taking the entire wind map for the entire United States and reducing it down to Oregon. This is the same kind of concept for me. Makes sense. Appropriate.
Yeah, no, I agree. In the future, as weather changes, we may drop in at some point, but not yet.
Yeah, every 3 years we'll check in.
Great.
All right. Thanks, Tony. I get to hear your smooth jazz voice for a little change in the middle there. Okay, so no fiscal on that one. That was existing. So we're up to 4-20, new or section 424, some new provisions or a modification to some existing provisions on the model level. And this one does, and actually I think we could probably do 420, 21, 22, and 23 right now. And then I'll let the committee have at it. But these changes are at the model level. They all cover the same subject, which is play structures. And so they've scoped it. They've changed the scope to 10 feet and let me look over here, Laura, where are you at here? Let's see the changes there before I keep going here. 424. Structures, hold on here. You scroll down a little bit, Laura. Oh, I think it's on the next section. I'm gonna keep going. Just want to get to the right place before I start talking it, and go up to the top of the next page. Or there we go. Yeah, that was it. Keep going up the purple there. That's the. Yeah, that's the area in question. Those are actually the changes. Okay, I think we're caught up there. So 424, they added a flame spread requirement. And then the larger structures comes over under the area limits. So where did we go here? Sorry about that. I'm getting off there because I didn't catch this. It's not matching up here either. I'm not sure what the, I'm going to open my code. Hold on.
Yeah, Eric.
Yeah, somebody following.
Yeah, well, it looked like in 424.5, the area limit in 424-5 increased from 300 to 600 as well. And that wasn't highlighted in the change.
Yeah, and I think I'm caught up now here. I see what's okay. So there was no. So the first change in 424 is to the scope. So it's all play structures, and that was the part that was missing there because it doesn't show up in purple because it's a deletion, and so that's what messed me up there on the other one. So I apologize. So this one was children's play structure. It used to be children's play structures. So the first one, I guess we'll take these one at a time. So 420 is all play structures. So that's the first 4-20. I got ahead of myself and I think I made it worse. Sorry. Thumbs up for that. Not just children's, but all play structures.
Yeah, it's one exempts 10 feet and 150 square feet. So you don't even get there if you're smaller than that. And then this, basically everything else is covered. Yeah.
Okay, so it looked like mostly thumbs up for the 4-20. This one probably could arguably have fiscal because I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. There was such a thing as a non-children play structure. I don't.
Maybe in Portland.
If it costs more money to permit, they would have called it something else.
Good point.
Yeah.
We do have a few non-children play structures,
under
yes.
federal OSHA ruling,
Well, now you can start enforcing them, Terry.
you can
Right.
file OSHA.
Congratulations.
Okay, so no fiscal.
I don't think so. I think, okay, aside that that's how I originally was looking at this last cycle, and just making it more inclusive by taking out children just allows more people to be able to use the structures, which they probably did anyway. So
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not sure how they would have defined children anyway.
that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're probably spending too much time on this change, I guess.
that's a great point. Okay, so good on 420, no fiscal. So the other piece to this, it looks like we have it. There's two items here on the matrix. So 421 is that flame spread piece to number 10 for the larger ones. When you get over 610 feet, now they've got a regulation by interior flame spread, which is new.
Yeah, so it's going to be some additional safety for that kind of a structure, and there may be some costs. I know we saw that in the work that we're doing. The percentage in the play structures is unknown. It may not be significant.
Yeah, that industry, my guess is the industry was involved with this, so I'm guessing it's what they're already meeting.
I agree.
Okay, so thumbs up, no fiscal. Okay.
No fiscal, yes.
So the next one is a limitation. So now they're going to cap it. So you'll see the same change from children's to play. And now this is a cap that says play structures can't be larger than 600 square feet unless a special investigation that's acceptable to the BO is accomplished.
Yeah, this appears to be mostly structural. Because it's
I
chapter
would agree.
16 that they're referencing.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard to
next-
define the
the-
structural integrity of a tree. So like that would be a hard one to justify.
It's just like they're crazy.
Right, that's the, I mean, we could probably do these together because then the next one is the pointer to 16, as Terry pointed out, for that special investigation, basically.
Fine, because
Yeah.
she's stressed.
So we get 422, 423 together, okay, both of those. Fiscal,
I would say that they probably already designed in this way because you
Yeah.
would have some type of significant liability if you didn't design them to some standard of care.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's changing much their design, to be truthful. Yeah. Bigger thing is they're going to have to maybe provide engineering, which they haven't in the past, but it's usually a manufacturer, and you would hope that they had it at some point.
But
Right. Delegated design group.
they weren't even allowed to build them this big before, right? I mean,
Tell
the size was-
McDonald's that.
okay. So no on 22 and 23, thumbs up, no fiscal, is that what we're getting?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, that, there might be some, like I say, because they haven't had to turn in engineering in the past, but you would have thought that when these things were originally designed, they had engineering on them.
And it is an increase because they were previously
Yeah.
limited to 300 in size, though. That's what I was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so. Oh. We good? Was there another comment? Okay. Okay, good on 422 and 423. Getting there, almost through 4. So 424, we have two different things. We actually have a public proposal on this one. We'll do the modification, discuss that first, just because it's in order in the matrix. So these are the energy storage systems. This whole section had a complete wholesale rewrite in 18 and then again in 21. And a lot of this is predicated on advancing technologies and the code trying to keep up with different battery technologies. Some of the highlights, I'm not going to go through every little change in here. Just hit some of the highlights for you. Sprinklers, all rooms. There used to be, I think, lithium, non-water reactive lithium or non-something lithium. I can't remember. Didn't require sprinklers, but now so all battery storage rooms would require sprinklers. They have mobile unit requirements in here that we're not going to bring forward, of course, because we wouldn't regulate mobile units under the building code. And they also, one of the other things they did under the sprinklers is they have a defined design density. These systems are unique and all over the board, but at the model level, this is all model. They came up with a minimum design density. One of the other things that changed is in table 509, these rooms used to be listed in 509 for the battery storage rooms as an incidental use, which then came with limitations on size. That's gone now, and they pulled it over to this chapter, or to, I'm sorry, not chapter, section 430. And so you would deal with it if you were over the 10%. If it was over incidental, now you're going to be dealing with it as a dedicated use building. So they have provisions for dedicated use buildings, and now they have provisions for areas within buildings that aren't dedicated just for batteries. That's some of the changes that have occurred here. And that's the high points that I was going to hit. It's pretty much still the same concept where you have a threshold table that Once you exceed the threshold table, then it's kind of like an MAQ for batteries, then you're in. This section, if you're under that, it's just general storage and you would deal with it separately. So I will turn it over to the committee at this point, and then we'll get to the public proposal in a minute.
So my understanding is from a colleague of mine who's on the fire code committee that they've been modifying this section having to do with some information that was propagated in the 2024 code in Arizona. And I'm wondering if there would be some need to collaborate with that committee so that we would have the same language in both codes.
Eric, this is David Mills, State Fire Marshal's Office. Our collaboration is one that if it is in the BCD realm of the ORS, that it is a new construction item, we will not move on the code change submitted to us. We will defer that to BCD and then work with them through any questions or that. Once the new construction provision, let's say, is approved by the building code side, then we will merely reprint that in the fire code. We may address maintenance items or things that are outside the scope of the building code. For instance, Eric mentioned earlier in the case of the domestic hood stuff that they were removing the fire extinguisher requirement. We would keep that in our code. That would make reference to 906 and it would be in the fire code. And the applicant or building owner would still need to have that. So I hope that answers my question. Eric and Mellon, you wish to clarify or provide some more information.
No, I David Mills, I appreciate that response. I believe that's correct statutorily, and it makes sense that that was true. Again, I was just speaking to the revisions that they were being proposed within the fire code committee. So if that's not something that's going to cross over, then that's fine. I don't have any problem with that.
Okay, thank you, David, for that clarification. Yeah, that would be our understanding as well, that if the committee had some new construction changes, that they would route those through David Mills to this committee. And if he doesn't have any, then I'll assume that there were none to new construction. So
correct. Yep.
Keep moving. But good question. So there's the we'll deal with the it is under one item, but we'll discuss the public proposal here separately and let the committee digest.
Wow.
We've been working with these changes on some other projects in other states. And so we've been watching that bouncing ball, and it all seems to be appropriate for the new technology. So I'm general support of this.
Yeah, this is evolving, and I think will continue to evolve for a few code cycles. So.
It is a lot to digest. A couple of the other new pieces, specific requirements that reminded me, seeing it here on the screen that Laura has up. Rooftop installation was a whole new section, specifically parking structures, and it was a whole new section specifically for open parking. If there's a particular portion, you can let Laura know and she'll scroll to it if you wanted to look at something. It's a lot.
Yeah, it is huge. Is there anything in this that addresses if you have a system that, say, is just outside the building, maybe in its own self-contained kind of unit. I know we looked at a project recently that that was the direction they were thinking of going, because the requirements inside the to put it inside the building were not really clear to the owner. And so, but we couldn't find anything that addressed what you would do if it was outside the building. How far does it need to be? Is there any additional protections? I don't know if anything has been added to this.
So I'm looking, it's a good question too, because I know I don't have it memorized, but I know that they have a breakdown. They have the mobile units, which is a little bit different, and then they have dedicated use buildings. So what you described could fall under dedicated use versus having it in a room back in the corner of a building. But I wanted to look here and see. One of the other things, just as I'm scrolling through here, that we're not planning on bringing 1207.2 is commissioning and decommissioning and operation and maintenance. Of course, we're not going to be bringing that over, or not recommending to be bringing that over. Let me see. If there was anything to answer your question, Eric Bressman, would be 12077 indoor installations. That's the dedicated use stuff.
It looked like you had something there that had outdoor locations as you were scrolling.
12078, yeah, there, I just found it. But I don't know if that would be in a building. Maybe it is. There it is, 100 feet. And of course, that's not stuff that we would have brought, would be bringing over. And I believe that outdoor section would just be literally just outdoors, not in a building, outdoors. And Eric, is that what you were describing, like a smaller remote building?
No, well, I don't know that much about these systems, but what they were looking at was basically purchasing a self-contained, almost like a trailer that would sit on a concrete slab that was fully self-contained, had its own fire suppression system, its own HVAC system, but kind of an off-the-shelf unit. And then we couldn't find anything to tell us how far it needed to be located. Did the exterior walls, the housing, need to have any fire ratings or anything? Because it wasn't technically a building. It was more of a piece of equipment.
A mechanical enclosure. So, I mean, the scoping provisions, I'm gonna brain fade right now. I think it's 200. Isn't that what we did for that, for mechanical enclosures?
I mean, if the whole thing were a piece of equipment, we'd be looking for it to be listed and labeled and stuff in that told us what the separation would need to be. And if it didn't have it, then we'd treat it as a building. Or I should say a structure. Because we have included structures in City of Portland's title.
I was just wondering if the division had taken a look at NFPA 855 in any way. I see that a lot of the changes in 2024 are heading that direction and being more inclusive in the language. And I know we're only talking about the 2021 code here, so I don't presume that the division has looked at NFPA 855, just as a general question.
Just to just a point of reference related to the discussion the committee's having is that's, I was looking for item in 10121, item 10, equipment shelters not intended for human occupancy under 250. So there, it would have to be over 250 to be in code at all, unless it's a category, risk category 1 or 2. But over that, I mean, I assume you'd regulate it as a building then.
Well, and that might be something that you guys want to think about, because you know that they have a lot of risk to these structures if they get ignited, and won't look good if there's something that we say we're not covering and you burn it down and burn down everything around it. You could have a lot of lithium batteries in a 250 square foot space.
Yeah, thanks for the comments, Terry. Just wanted to jump in here real quick, and I think Eric pointed this out. So if we look at the current section 10121 of chapter 1, it allows municipal adoption and regulation of these low risk equipment only shelters not intended for human occupancy. So yeah, so absolutely, municipalities have the ability to pull those in under local ordinance. It's item number 10, 10121.
I mean, I'm okay with tentatively approving this, but we just kind of got this chapter today. So I'll probably want to maybe at some point in the future, try to look through it and then come back to you if I have any comments.
I'm gonna do my.
And there's a provision for safety on these that has an exception.
Okay.
Has an exception that relates to NFPA 855. And I think that's been so many changes in 855 that I'm really interested in making sure that the addition is the latest one. So still allowing the exception to be there as opposed to all the rigorous work that's being adopted here, but maybe there's a way we can move it forward by just changing the addition on 855 as the exception. So I'll have to take a look at that.
Is it listed somewhere in the document, Eric?
Yeah, it should be right below the table for the megawatts.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
Value.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it there.
Yeah, I don't.
And what about in the general scope? Be in the
Is it
0.1
listed in
section.
the scoping chapter back in the?
Yeah, the general scope for that. Yeah, right there.
I don't see it there.
I don't see it there either.
Yeah, I was wondering if it's back in chapter, whatever it is, 34 or 35, where we have everything listed.
The reference standards. Yeah.
But if you don't scope it somewhere, it doesn't do you any good hardly.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we could put it here in the scope as an exception and allow it to be just do this whole thing, or do NFPA 855, and that gives them the next version of the understanding. So right after that exception, we'd add another exception: approved and installed in compliance with NFPA 855, and that would clear it. Can bring that back to the committee at the next edition.
Yeah, why don't you check into that for us, Eric, and see about bringing that back in.
Okay.
You'd have to add 855 into chapter 35 because it's not listed in there now.
Yeah.
Yep.
So are we at, I think I'm hearing, just to maybe summarize, tabling this item for more thorough analysis and looking at 850, NFPA 855 as an alternative path.
Yeah.
Come back next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, we do have a public proposal also related. Would you rather, Tony is I think that was Energy Trust, correct? Are they with us? A representative on the public proposal?
Yeah, good catch on that, Eric. No, I do not believe the proponent is present, and I'm not sure if Laura has heard from the proponent at all for that item, but we can bring up the amendment proposal as well and still consider it, or just at the pleasure of the committee, we can add it into that, the tabled revisit at the next meeting.
I think with the heavy lift on this particular section, I'm going to be information overload by taking in a proposal that doesn't have a proponent. So I'd like to have them talk if it's available next time, and if not, then we'll see it with the rest of the work.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, so it sounds like what I'm hearing is table all of it. So 4-24 will come back at the next meeting. That.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay. Sounds good. Laura, you all caught up on that? Table that?
Yep.
Okay. So number 4-25, this is one of the integrated items that had some changes to it, also along with ESS. And this is for combustible dust. It'll be section 455. And so a bunch of changes to this one as well. This was similar to ESS, where they, last two cycles, 18 and then again in 21, did pretty significant changes. I'll let Laura get caught up here. I'm sorry. One of the primary things they did is they added a concept for critical depth layer. So they had a definition for combustible dust for years, and it has to do with, if I remember this correctly, I taught it enough times, a 420 micron sieve or something. It could be sifted through to be combustible dust, but then now they're adding some, you got to have enough buildup to actually be combustible dust. They call it a critical depth layer versus just a little bit of dust. So difference between airborne dust exploding, and then this would be different than that. And this is when you start building up a dust layer all over things, rafters and machinery and different things. So this is the primary thing that's changed on this one. And then they also added some additional language on ignition sources. See, there's a good picture of critical dust layer that Laura had there. Just
So how do you determine this when they're building something new?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I started looking at this one. You know, we've been pounding through a lot of this stuff and trying to decide what comes in. And I started actually questioning that one this morning, that this one might be more of a maintenance thing and it may not need to be integrated, Terry.
Yeah, it seems like this is more fires and a maintenance issue.
So what we've done for design on this is that we've requested from the owner what they've had problems with. And this particular picture isn't really related to the designs that we've been seeing, but we have like 3D printers that produce combustible dust. And so trying to figure out when it's in and when it's out, we actually asked the owner what they're thinking about, because they should know how volatile this stuff is before they start using it. And so there's usually some type of analysis done in advance, which is already captured in the building code in that chapter 307. Like, we don't really know what it is, but you give us a report and we can look at your stuff. So, yeah.
I'll tell you, I've had to fight some big battles with graineries and stuff who want to say that because they have the fans and stuff, that the dust level is low, and so they don't need to meet the requirements. But what they would do is they want to put in like 3 or 4 of the 5 and then not do sprinklers. And because they've got the other ones in, they don't have dust, they say, which is totally wrong. But it's where they try to go with this. I mean, it's amazing the sort of battles you have to fight.
Yeah, there's no testing involved because it's just practical. This is how they do their factory.
Yep. And those graineries have fires. It's not uncommon that our fire bureau goes to them for small fires, usually not explosions, but they definitely have fires start up. I'm just grousing because it's, yeah.
Could I ask a question about this? I'm looking at the matrix and I'm trying to trace the matrix to this change, and the matrix, this is item 4-25, which the description doesn't match combustible dust, and yet this changes in chapter 22. So I'm not really clear on what it is we're looking at as a change in the matrix, and trying to tie it to what I'm looking at here.
Sure, that's a good question. So this one is, this was just one piece, the critical dust layer piece, and that was the piece that I was questioning too, bringing over. The rest of chapter 22 in the IFC, this is an integrated piece. So what we're bringing over is a complete wholesale rewrite. So I don't know if you have, Laura, do you have that? I think it's 455.
I just downloaded a new matrix this morning, and that's not what it looked like.
Yeah, I had to update it right before the meeting.
I'm working in the wrong one.
But that was one of the, there's only another edit.
Is it in chapter 4 there? Oh, not linking.
No, it's not added yet.
So this is one that's kind of like the ESS stuff, that it's a they shook up the box and dumped it out again. So there's not just a 0.21 provision
Is this different than section 426, combustible dust, grain processing and storage?
Yeah.
No, I don't. No, it would be new. That doesn't get its own new section. That would be, yeah, you're correct, Janice. It'd be part of, it wouldn't be a new section 455. It would actually be part of 426, correct? So since Laura has it up, like that stuff up front, 22031, probably, like we talked about, I would agree. The committee can look at it and see, but that's probably more of a maintenance issue with the critical depth layer stuff. You may recall that last go around, there was a new reference to NFPA 654 for quantifying, where a report can be required to actually quantify, which, you know, speaks to what Terry was talking about earlier, the difficulty. So as of the 2019, there's a dust or the hazard analysis report that is required under 654. So it gave you a way to quantify it. Looks like that's probably part of the critical depth layers taken into account, which I think was what Eric Sandoval was saying, is that the reports would encompass that based on the operation. This might be one that you want to digest further as well.
I think practically in terms of the cycling of the projects, what we've been trying to deal with, because you're in the middle of designing, you don't have the report, you're making assumptions, you apply to the building department, you still don't have the report, the risks are getting higher and higher as you get closer and closer to construction. The ideas within the code that help get people there from a design point of view is to have the report, is to have critical boundary conditions, so that you can use it as a way to dialogue with the owner client person for things that are dangerous. And so I'm supportive in general about trying to make this a little bit more precise, but I don't really know how to get there. So.
Yeah, you know, so I'm assuming that what we're talking about here is section 426, combustible dust, grain processing and storage. Yeah, I just, you know, you look at the general provision on that, and it just says where required by the building official, which, man, I sure don't like it to be that subjective. Because I'll guarantee you, I know that there was a big plant that was built up in Washington along the Columbia, and they basically got out of all this because the local jurisdiction, actually, I think it was the city council that said, no, it's not a hazardous building.
And so we rely on the report pretty heavily to decide if it's in or out. And there's a recommendation by an evaluation group that looks at all the combustibility of that and the environment in which it's contained, so that when you get that report, even if it doesn't have all the pieces, someone's made a decision about that, and then they give that to the owner, which then gives it to the designer, which then gives it to the beneficial. So it's kind of like if you reference the hazardous analysis as a definitive piece, then that puts a lot more strength in getting that hazard analysis done in a way that evaluates all these standards, as opposed to just a rough order of magnitude. It looks like it's okay. You know, it goes from the general idea to a more scientific model. And I have a lot of faith in that because of the fire science that we typically use on our projects. So I'm more comfortable with that method. I think that maybe for smaller places, maybe a small flour processing factory that as a certain size, maybe it still could be just as volatile, but they may not have the financial capability to do those reports. So I don't know where the break line is, but I do know that I trust the scientific evaluation of combustible material evaluation.
So where is that report required at?
It's generally in 414, the general hazardous materials
Just
section.
that regular 414 part. Yeah.
Plus in 307, there's a name that calls out with it doesn't have an occupancy, it doesn't say go to H2, it just says go get an analysis. So 307 does that too, with a little exception in there. So it says combustible dust, and it gives you the footnote. So there's two places you can get there.
Yeah, I'm just worried that where we have this in its own little category, that people will try to say, well, you don't go to that other spot. But I don't know. That's
Maybe
the
we
only
can tie it
concern
back
I
to
have.
that. Maybe we can tie them together somehow.
Because that's where we get the report too, but there's nothing here that ties you back to it or says there's a report required in this standalone section. And does that basically keep us out of the others?
Yeah, it's I guess I would feel that this is kind of like the battery where you're not required to be an H. It's like an exception. And so you get your own section to kind of evaluate how that works. And so you're right, maybe it would, if it's in the exceptions to has material limits, control limits, then you wouldn't have to play by the 414 rules. So can we take a look at that, Eric McMullen, just to see if it's an exception to evaluating quantities? Combustible dust.
I'm not sure I was tracking with the conversation. I know that the requirement for the 414, we call it the 414 report, the general hazardous materials report, never is, I mean, you could, I guess you could get it to use it to get there, but in 426.1 is where the new reference in the intention of that new reference was to get a dust analysis report. In NFPA, I thought it was 654, it might be 652, one of the NFPA references, but those in chapter 7 contains a dust hazard analysis report that the building official can request. So like in your scenario, Terry, where they're saying, no, it's not an issue, you could say, well, then give me a report based on NFPA 654 and prove that you're not going to have explosive dust. And that's the path. It's not the general 414 report is path. It's specific in 426. And that was added last go around. If that answers your question, I wasn't, like I said, I apologize. I wasn't totally following where the conversation was going. I think I was looking.
Yeah, I just, because I don't know these NFPA records or sections, because it doesn't come out and anywhere say that a report is required. And so sounds like where that is maybe buried is in the actual NFPA 654.
Yes. Correct. And that was introduced in the 19 code. And that's the way you may or may not recall, but I taught that during the update class specifically, that was the intended purpose of adding that. Maybe not as clear as it should be.
Right. So we don't go back to 414 anymore. It's just 426 is standalone for dust producing. And what you got to know is that where that report comes out of is the 654, it sounds like.
It might be two, Tara. I can't, it's one of those NFPA standards, but correct. And I'm not sure that it would preclude a building official from requiring a report under 414. It's different. That the 414 report could include the dust hazard analysis from NFPA. So I don't know, that semantics maybe.
So Eric McMullen, the charging statement of 426 is the reference to to the NFPA 654. So trying to get, and then that table right below it tells you the naming of it.
It
Or
is
required
4.
by.
Right, it is 4. Sorry, it is 654 because under the table, that's where you get the, and that was the integrated language that says use the appropriate standard for the hazard. And in this case, for dust explosions, it's 654. Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Standard for prevention, but it's, where do we get the, report that tells us that it's producing dust? That's,
So if you follow, if you look at the, it might be easier to look at the 2019 because this was an integrated thing. So if you look at the 2019 OSSC and 426.1, the last part of the paragraph is integrated from the fire code, and it says you shall go to the table and apply the appropriate standard for the hazard. And then the table is also integrated from the fire code, and I think it's there on the it's on the screen. That's part of that. And so that would get you to 654 for dust explosion. And in chapter 7 of 654 is where you get the dust hazard analysis, and that's the whole path.
all right. Elizabeth, does that make sense to you? Will your guys be able to follow all that?
I hear what you're saying because what if someone's like, well, no, that doesn't apply to us because it doesn't produce explosion. So I can see that logic coming in from a customer. So I think that's what you're getting at, Terry. Like, where does it say?
Yeah, and, the part that was most frustrating to me was they were trying to make this assertion on a big silo,
Right.
and process it, our shipping facility. And I contacted NFPA and all sorts of people, and I could get nobody to flat tell me that, oh yeah, that's creating dust and meets all this. They wouldn't touch it. And I felt that they were just, I couldn't believe that was the stand they were taking.
Right. It was like the hot potato nobody wanted to touch.
Correct. Even though we all know that, if it's a dust producing facility.
Conditions are right, it's going to explode. Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
I felt, it took a couple of months before I just put my foot down and said, no, you are going to do this. And then we came up with a compromise because it was all about the sprinklers. They were worried about, when they had a strike or something, that people would be breaking sprinkler heads and setting off water flow into these facilities and ruin everything. And that was what it was all about.
Yeah. It like you had to do a lot of research and go behind the curtain and ask a lot of questions, which is not ideal in plan review.
Yeah. Well, and I was the NFPA people on the committee. I wasn't getting them to be able to even step forward and say, what are they saying that's not creating combustible dust? They wouldn't even go there. They were just like, oh.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really bizarre. But I think it's okay. I think I brought it up last time too, because it's just one of those that I felt that the industry and the NFPA weren't backing us up the way they should have been. So sorry.
Well, I think, if I might add, I think the change in the 19 and going forward was specific for that exact scenario where, this path allows you to make them submit a report to you proving that there's no potential for explosion. And that's exactly what the intended path was for.
Yeah. Well, and
now,
like I say, the part that bothered me was they put in all of the standards except for sprinklers, and they were saying because they had all these things, there was no chance for an explosion, so they didn't need to do sprinklers. Which is, yeah.
Would it be better to also table this one? I hate to keep tabling stuff. But if you guys didn't see it till now.
I'm okay with it. I'm just grousing about what this is what they were trying to do though.
Yeah.
And but I'm okay with this.
Would it be clear to have the dust hazard analysis name in here?
Yeah, I mean, that was the nice thing about 14 because it basically spelled, that was the only place it was like a sentence in 14 where they called that out. And it's
because that's what
pretty,
that's what 654 is talking about, that the dust hazard analysis needs to be completed and tells you exactly how to do the analysis. So it gives you a lot of capability to have bullet points in the analysis. And so just by that name alone, it helps the enforcing agency know what to ask for or keys in on that.
yeah, because that is the whole key, is getting that analysis. I agree.
Dust hazard analysis, DHA.
What do you think, Eric? Do you think that this is going to get us there? Or, I mean, that's the part I would just like that stated somehow.
It's almost there with the last sentence. And I'm just wondering if we could either modify that sentence or add another sentence to it. The last sentence is very strong as it is. It's talking about evaluation of specific fire and deflagration hazard that exists at a facility. And you could say comma, dust hazard analysis, and I would be happy with that. You know, just adding that 3 words.
As shown in a dust hazard analysis or something.
You can make the sentence more complete, sure.
Could I jump in and maybe make a suggestion on this one?
Yeah, please.
Maybe so we got to get rid of the that depth language as well, and it's going to probably get messy for the committee to try to clean this all up and approve it. We could come up with some language here, because I'm not sure just adding the dust hazard analysis into that sentence is probably the best place, because that sentence is talking about all of those different standards. And they don't all have a dust hazard. So would it be all right, or would it be acceptable to the committee if the division, if we worked on some language, got rid of that other language and maybe worked on some language that clarifies the dust hazard analysis? It may be a separate subsection or something. Would that be okay, and bring it back to the next meeting?
Yeah, and part of it, I don't know, maybe all those different studies require some kind of a hazard analysis. So instead of saying dust, maybe it's just saying hazard analysis per all these NFPAs.
Yeah.
It could be. We can look at that.
Yeah, if you would.
If that's helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Apologize on that one. So
yeah,
it's a lot
especially because you can get these kind of facilities in smaller jurisdictions, and I think the better pointer we can give them, the better it's going to be.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. We can just to be able to move on. And it's great for me because I'm going to be out of town on the next meeting. So Tony will get to do it. So.
Oh my goodness.
But I'll work up the language and we'll have it prepared for you. And then Tony can present it
Thank you,
at the next meeting. So go ahead, Tony.
Sorry, Eric. Just wanted to jump in here, see how the committee's doing. We're about at noon, so I didn't know if you wanted to break for lunch, if you wanted to keep going.
What's your schedule today, Terry? Do you have to do something?
I don't have any schedule, so
perfect. Let's do
I
it.
don't think we have that many to go to finish up 4. Maybe we just try and do that.
That sounds like a great plan. I just wanted to make note of it, turn it back over to Mr. McMullen here.
Okay, so finish up 4.
Yes.
Yeah, looks like there's only 3 more items.
Okay, so table that one. So the next one, 4-26, we kind of covered this under chapter 3 and 9. And this is the last piece to that. This will have its own new section. I think it'll end up being 455 actually, because combustible dust goes back to 426. That's the other thing we'll need to clean up too. This is the storage only of distilled spirits and distilled wines. So it's very important to read it that way because it makes a difference. This isn't just distilled spirits, period, and wines. This is distilled spirits and distilled wines. So like ports and stuff for wines. So this is applies to the storage of distilled spirits and wines. This is that chapter 40 that I've mentioned before out of the IFC. And we'll be bringing just the new construction provisions over to a new section. A lot of the meat of this is, and let me back up. You might remember this is like the H light thing. This is the way that distilled spirits and distilled wines don't have to be a H occupancy. And so we'll be bringing the scoping provisions will be brought over. You see there on the screen, Laura has up the non-applicability. That's the big piece there where it says chapter 50 and 57. This is model code language right now, but I don't think we were able to get it into chapter 4 yet. Laura wasn't able to get it integrated in, but basically we'll be bringing in the non-applicability language saying that it doesn't apply. It'll say 414 and I think 447 is the flammable liquids. So the idea of this is doesn't have to be an H. You do these other things and you're not an H. And these other things are sprinklers, mechanical ventilation, storage and basement. There's some provisions for that. Some no smoking signage.
Hello.
And this applies to any location where these are though, right?
Correct. It'll be storage of distilled spirits and distilled wine. Again, this is over the 16%.
Zoom meeting, so.
Remember.
Elizabeth, you might want to
That would be better. Thank you so much.
I think that's Frank. Frank,
Yeah.
could you mute?
Oh, somebody.
Not
We're
me.
hearing you there.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Elizabeth's voice got deep. Okay, so yeah, the intention
thank you, Brian.
here. Thank you. There we go.
There he goes.
Okay, so the intention here is to make these not an H occupancies. It would be anywhere the storage, and they purposely did not put a storage amount. It's any bulk storage, which is a little bit hard because there's no number. But the idea is if it's over 16%, you're in, and you do these other things so that you don't become an H occupancy by exceeding your MAQs, because your MAQs for some of this stuff is flammable liquid is pretty low. You're going to be 120 gallons, and you're going to exceed that really quick with distilled spirits or wine. So
2 barrels.
Right. So the idea is, and this is only the storage, the manufacturer falls under the F, that's distillery, that's different stuff. This is just storage. And so when you're storing it, yes, over 16%, you'll remember I talked about that under chapter 3 when we were defining this. And then that's going to kick these to the F1, S1 category. And then we had the corresponding F1, S1 sprinklers that went along with this. So we will be bringing over the applicable stuff from here. And I think, unfortunately, we didn't get this language cleaned up prior to the meeting either. So it looks like I might want to suggest the same thing on this one, that we get back to you on the next meeting with exactly what we're going to bring over.
But generally, it's just that we have a fire protection system, and that's how we get there. And that's the majority of that. Fire life safety response.
Yeah, there's other stuff. There's the sprinklers are in there. There's some signage. There's mechanical ventilation of the spaces. Just the stuff in section 40 that Laura has up here would just be bringing over the stuff that's new construction only. And if the committee wants to look at the new construction pieces, the electrical is just going to be a reference to the electrical code. It won't be 70, of course.
Right.
We won't have the open flame or industrial trucks. We'll have the basement storage. We won't have empty containers. But there's just a few select things that
We
we'll
won't have
bring
fire
over.
extinguishers. Yeah.
Nope.
Right.
Nope. Maintenance we won't have.
Right.
And if the committee's comfortable enough looking at, the sections that we're going to bring over and approving it, we could do that. You could do that now, or we could bring them back cleaner and take out the stuff.
I know what you're gonna do. It looks good. I just, it's makes sense and gives the flexibility to the plans examiners, the inspectors, and to the owner, because it gives them a good boundary condition as opposed to calling it H. So it should be less expensive.
Yeah, definitely.
I've been in OLCC's warehouse. They're in Milwaukee, Oregon. And I'll tell you, it's huge and the quantities are huge.
Interesting.
But they have a lot of safety. No smoking, all that is already there. Yeah.
Right.
But I'm okay with it. Yeah.
Yeah. To me, this definitely makes it easier on the design side to understand what the requirements are.
Yeah.
So would you like us to clean up the language and bring it back? Or are you okay with us? I mean, I guess I could clean it up and then Tony could roll it out for you real quick at the next meeting and just say, look, this is what it looks like. I mean,
yeah, that'd be fine. We probably should look at it.
Yeah.
But it'll be a quickie.
You could do a general voting now, and then we could do a better voting later.
Yeah, I think we're okay with the concept.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha. And we can get, I can get this stuff cleaned up for you. And Laura can maybe get it out to the committee ahead of time. So you have some chance to kind of take a look at it, and then you can just briefly discuss it at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot to cover at that meeting already.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay. We'll get this one cleaned. It's pretty straightforward stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's no fiscal on that one. I keep forgetting about fiscal, but
well, it might be a decrease because again, if they're challenged with the H occupancy, then this would be less expensive than the H.
Gosh dang, we haven't been talking about that, have we? That's better. Play structures is better. I'm going back and looking at the list really quick. We tabled ESS, combustible dust is no. Okay, yep, I think we're okay. I don't think there's any things for Tyler there. And then real quickly here, these should be easy. 4-27 is it will bump up to 457, a new section. It's 455 now because the new sections, or it might be for whatever section ends up being, but this is not new. This is longstanding Oregon amendment language for piers and wharves.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Looks like thumbs up all around on that one. So no, there's no fiscal on that. That's existing. And then the last one is same thing, 428. It becomes 458 or 457, whichever section it becomes. We'll take care of that administratively. And this is longstanding existing Oregon amendment for mausoleums and columbariums.
Yeah, no change in costs there, no fiscal impact.
Okay, looks like we're good. So it looks like we've got, so we'll work on the distilled spirits and wines, the chapter 40 integration, and bring that back, combustible dust language, and bring that back next meeting. And then ESS, I don't think there's anything to bring back. I believe, if I'm wrong, that was just the committee having more time to digest it, taking a look at it in more detail, and the public proposal. You should have access to both of those, and then you can discuss at the next meeting.
You just want to cover the emergency control station at 415.
Oh, you let me get by that, Dan?
Oh, I saw it go by. I just, yeah.
Sorry. So much for lunch. Thanks. Okay, that was back. All right, we'll circle back. I apologize for that. We were going to insert that in, and I missed it on my notes. That was.
Well, we could do it after lunch if you want.
Up to you.
I'm open to doing it after lunch.
Is the rest of the committee all right with that? So I apologize for blowing by that. Should have smacked me.
I don't do
Okay.
that.
It's helpful. So an hour, 1:15. It looks like it's 12:13 now. 1:15. Okay. Is that okay?
Okay.
See everybody at 1:15. Make sure to shut off your screens and mute your mics. You want to keep waiting, Tony, or?
I'm good to go ahead. I think there's some background that Mr. Sandoval could provide at the pleasure of the committee. We have some additional stuff to get to here, so I'm hoping Terry and Elizabeth will jump back on.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Tony. So Eric McMullen, this is an added feature related to that 300-foot travel distance a footnote on the table in 1017.2.3. It basically said that you had to have 4 features, one of which was a ventilation during the egress period. And that's in conflict with the auto shutoff requirement and other portions of the code. So a way to conjoin these two ideas is to put the control aspect of the ventilation into the emergency control station. And the 415.11 is the section for H5, and the .10 is the specific section for emergency control station. So that's where the fire department and the EHS interface with all the systems in the factory. And so this is just another dot. The last one that's in the current version is 10.3. And so this is just added right after 10.3 as a 10.4. And it basically gives authority to the emergency control station to know when to shut that ventilation off after people have egressed. And so we've used some language here to keep it out of the smoke management section, which was what Kenton's anxiety was, or fear was, or pieces of confusion was. He didn't want it mixed into that, and I agree with that. So I like the language he's proposing here, and I'm supportive of it. I think it will work for making that increased travel distance work for a practical sense while keeping that ventilation going during the egress period. So I'd be glad to answer any questions from the committee if they have any additional thoughts or concerns. So I give that back to you, Eric McMullen.
Thank you. Thanks for that explanation. So I guess it's on the committee to decide what you want to do with it.
I could jump into just one. This has a companion change in the 24. Is that correct, Mr. Sandoval? In 1017.
1017.2.3, we had talked about that already,
Yeah,
and the
right.
committee had aligned with that. So it's that table, and then there was a footnote.
Yeah,
that
that's what I was
takes it from 200, and the table says 200, and then this footnote says, go see this other section, 1017.2.3, and it has 4 requirements, one of which is ventilation during egress.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Terry, just going over the ventilation control through the emergency control stations for H5 to make the 300-foot travel distance work based on the requirements of that 1017.2.3, which requires ventilation to continue going while people are egressing, and that's in conflict with the auto shutoff requirement for smoke detection. So this is just trying to make it all work with the authority of the emergency control station, which is specific to H5. So Kenton had asked that kind of be moved over to that section. So I sent him a note, and he sent this back, and I like what he said, and I'm just trying to get alignment with the committee on that. Survey's comfortable with this. I see.
Yeah, I
Maybe
don't-
thumbs up on it. Okay.
Okay, I was just giving you some time to digest it, so it sounds like everybody's good. There's not really there's no cost on this one with there, not really.
Just the operational piece, right? And so it's an option basically because the auto shut off would have been the cost that would have normally been happening.
Okay, so looks like that one moves forward based on the thumbs up. And I will now turn it back to Tony.
Great, thanks, Eric. And we'll note, we'll update, make sure that we capture that in 1017 as well. So I'll work with Laura on that. And then we'll add that language there from the email into the chapter 4 draft also. So then it will be reviewable by the committee. So we're done for now with chapter 4, and then we'll revisit those couple noted sections at the next meeting. And we can talk about that at the end of today's meeting as well as the committee kind of sets the agenda for that next meeting. So up next, we have, I think we go all the way to chapter 29 in the matrix, and we're looking at plumbing systems. There's some language here. Laura, were you good on capturing that last committee recommendation and the 1017 stuff?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to check. All right, so here we go, chapter 29. Matrix item 29-1. Right up front, we have some scoping adjustments here, right? So we see this throughout the code. We see it in 27 for electrical code, right? Where we want to kind of keep the balance of scope in the pointer. So we add some language in that first sentence: location, availability, signage, and minimum number of plumbing fixtures. And then we also down below add the plumbing code shall govern. Sorry, Laura, in that same provision there, plumbing code shall govern the installation, alteration, repair, relocation, replacement. So just bifurcating those and making sure that we're sending folks to the appropriate code standards there. Existing organ amendment, nothing new. Great. All right, thanks for that. All right, 29-2 authorization. So this is existing language that we have specifically for chapter 29. We often get these discussions, and I know you're all familiar with it, where it's really not a life safety consideration once we get above minimum sanitation levels. And so this authorization language is just intended to afford flexibility. It's not mandating any requirement. It's not mandating that the building official take any action. It's just providing additional discretionary authority, and it's essentially redundant to what already exists in chapter 1. So that is there. And I think one thing to point out there that I failed to add, which we see on the right-hand column in blue, is that language that we worked with the city of Portland on, where it's except where additional code requirements are specified by the terms of an alternate method approval. So it looks like that language would need to be added to the end of 2901.2 last sentence.
Right.
where it says a building official may not enforce requirements in addition to this code.
My only comment is it's in chapter 1. I'm not sure why we need it here specifically. It is slightly different than chapter 1 in that chapter 1 talks about, not making things however that language is, that you're taking precautions or not going below what should be done. But I don't know why we need it here specifically.
Okay.
Elizabeth, what do you think?
I agree.
Would there be any reason to put it here only because if you have a plumbing examiner who might feel like they control this chapter more so than the building official? Is that a concern at all?
I never have a problem.
No,
Okay.
they don't want more work.
That's in terms.
More work.
I just meant in terms of, who has final say. I mean, obviously it should be the building official, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, at least in our shop, they understand that it's the building official.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I think to both groups' point, the upper and the scope helps determine how those areas work. Like the building code orchestrates the location, availability, signage, and minimum number, and the way you install it is, or alter or repair it, is through the plumbing code. So there's this piece of the alternate method that's really has to do with location, availability, signage, and minimum number. And the general statements in chapter 1 not only work with the building code, but it can also work with the plumbing code, and the plumbing code has its own alternate. But it seems like you use the expertise of the plumbing plans examiner and inspector to deal with the installation portion. And most of the alternates that I've seen have to do with number and location. That's for this section. So they are inside of this box of quantities.
Yeah, we have a process because we get straight plumbing appeals. And again, they come to the building official basically as the one who makes the final decision. But with plumbing's input as part of that, but yeah.
Okay, so the committee recommendation to the recommendation would be to remove it as it's redundant to chapter 1.
That's how
Yeah, we don't stick it everywhere else. I don't know why we necessarily need it here. I think it's a given.
Okay, yeah. I think just to provide a little bit of background, I think the genesis of it landing in this location is just because we get so many questions about chapter 29, which in general it's non-life safety, convenience toilets and things like that. But I understand the committee recommendation will note that, and then we don't have to add that additional language because we'll note the recommendation to remove the redundancy. So thank you for that. All right. So now moving on, now we're on to 29-3, 2902.1. So this is just in the charging language. When we get to, once we get into establishing those minimum plumbing facilities, right up front in that first paragraph, we have added language of shall be considered individually. So use is not specifically listed in the table, shall be considered individually by the building official and shall reflect the use of the space being served by the fixtures. And again, that's just intended to also provide flexibility because as we know, this table, there's nothing sacred about this table. And we also had for a long time in Oregon, right? We had our Oregon only chapter 29. We had independent divisors. We had our own entire table. And so this language was part of that kind of ad hoc group work when we also came up with the existing amendments to the table. So it was industry, folks, plumbers and building officials. And that was when we made that big departure, from the Oregon only chapter 29, more in line with the model code. So that's background there on 29021. I'll turn it over to the committee.
So Tony, was the drinking fountain, all those changes, is that when that was done too?
Yeah, I believe so, Terry. That was the original path. And again, a lot of these things, I think the general consensus was it would be predicated by design, right? So if somebody wants to provide a drinking fountain, they can provide a drinking fountain. There were certain areas where, a drinking fountain would be required. But what I recall of those meetings is that the model code requirement seemed excessive to them.
Yeah, I don't know these, but where they've gone seems excessive too.
Well, it's a lot better than the Oregon one. I mean, I think the small restaurants are so grateful that this changed to the model code when it did.
Yeah, I have no problem with that one.
Yeah, and then I think at least where we get a lot of questions is for schools, the educational.
Right.
Yeah,
one
that's
per
constantly
floor.
an alternate method always. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of this, like the Coliseum could have one per level instead of, mind you, they put in a lot more, but you could see them not doing that because they want to make everybody have to buy their drinks.
Water.
But yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. One per level. How many levels are there? About 4 levels. So you'd have 4 drinking fountains for 25,000 people. And if you go to the Timbers there, you basically just have 2 levels, 1 or 2.
People don't drink water there, they drink beer.
Yeah, but there are people that drink water there. But
I'm kidding. Well,
Yeah.
more and more you see those water, like please save
right,
water bottles kind of thing.
right. You mean, and yeah, even that drinking fountains are maybe just going away because of health issues. But
Yeah.
all right, just wanted to point that out. Service sinks. Hopefully, people realize they need them.
Yeah, as a designer, I'd actually like to see those service sinks back in, because we get clients who go, well, if I don't have to put it in, I'm not gonna. And then after we're done with the building, they go, well, why didn't we put one in?
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably not a life safety issue, but it's, yeah. I just wanted to bring that up. Other than that, I don't really have too much problem with this part.
Again, it's at the pleasure of the committee. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If the recommendation is that we should bring service sinks back in for where they are required by other entities to have a service sink, then that's okay. I mean, I think we can very quickly get into a more philosophical discussion about the state building code and what the purpose is, whether or not we're trying to require health department requirements in the state building code, or we're reflecting it for convenience, or if it's actually a life safety matter for occupants and users of buildings. But absolutely, it's at the pleasure of the committee. I mean, that's why we're having these discussions. So.
Yeah. I don't even know what their requirements are. It's just,
Yeah. I would think that they would require them in the locations that are noted.
I think for me, the only thing that's troublesome about the table for the service sinks is that it's assigned per occupancy. And when you have multiple occupancies, one understanding is that it would be per occupancy. And if we were going to bring back the service sink, I would just say at least 1 per building. And that would help you merge all the occupancies
Yeah.
together. It's a table that doesn't really lend itself very well to
Right.
do something different than the other columns for service sinks.
It seems like you could just keep it out of the table entirely and
Yeah.
just make it a written section that talks about service things.
Yeah, and we're doing a lot of that in the footnotes already, so it could be
Yeah.
easily done there.
Yeah, this table has given me heartburn for 30 plus years trying to deal with as a designer. Not this version of it, but just trying to actually work with a table to determine these things has never been easy.
When aligned with the model code, it was a lot easier to transfer buildings to different states.
Mm. Hmm.
Would it make sense to try to craft a paragraph that would deal just separately with service sinks that could go into the body of the text in the chapter?
Is there a footnote A at the end of minimum number of required plumbing fixtures? On the very top
Yes.
line, that's the naming of it. Seems like you could just add another footnote right there. Say minimum one service sinks per building and just add it to the last letter, whatever the letter is that's available.
Yeah, that's another way to do it, with a footnote.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking more to you designers, because this is
Yeah.
one
Yeah, right now
on the
last
building code
footnote-
side, we'll enforce it if it's there, but
Yeah, I guess that the only hesitancy I'm now that we're saying this would be if we had a building just really, really, really small.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
something that it
Like a
just doesn't
beverage
make
stand
sense.
at a baseball stadium.
Well, you'd have the whole stadium, but I'm thinking just a little small retail store that
Right.
is maybe a
Yeah.
couple thousand square feet. Does it make sense?
No,
I mean,
that's what I'm getting at too, Eric. I don't really feel like one per building. I feel like it's more
Yeah.
health department requirement.
Yeah, and then you have things like malls that get the building piece all messed up because then it's controlled independently by tenants.
mhm.
I didn't think about that.
I could jump in, interrupt the committee. We have our chief building official, Richard Rogers, joining us here. He's turned on his camera and had his hand raised. Richard.
Just some history. When the I-codes first came in, so it's been a while and I've been around a while, it was felt like their fixture counts were way over the top. The schools especially were just blowing up at the high fixture counts. So we did sit down with local 290 and the other plumbing unions and other stakeholders and massage this table on the service sink. Everybody then anyway, and times change, felt like it's not government's role to tell somebody they got to put in service. If they don't want to, they don't have to. And it seemed particularly, it was gobbling up space in smaller structures. So that's kind of the history of that. We had even the plumbing unions were laughing, saying, here we are advocating for fewer fixtures because they agreed that it was just excessive. But that's just a little bit of history about how this thing got here. Nothing sacred. But again, times change and people have different opinions, but the service sink especially, just no one seemed like that should be a role of a code to tell somebody they got to have a service sink.
Hmm.
Yeah, I can see that.
yeah, I don't know that we want to try and do anything with it on the fly. I'm okay with just leaving it, but that's not what you ever see of the one drinking fountain. They're usually doing more. There's an exception for drinking establishments. They don't have to have one. which I don't have a problem with that at all, but yeah.
And there were particular occupancies that you found you were having design troubles with. I think Elizabeth noted one as well. Was it just group E's or was it?
Mainly group E's, the number of fixtures required.
Okay.
But yeah.
So going back to just real quick, back to the matrix, we have item 29.3, which just kind of breaks out that more administrative language that's in the charging that gets you to the table. And then we have a separate matrix item that also has a public proposal from Mr. Bressman in 29-4. So two separate items, the table's split out from that 29.3.
Well, it looks to me like the existing Oregon amendment that says and shall reflect the use of the space being served by the fixtures is a good one. It helps manage that intent of choosing an occupancy or a classification is what it's called here in a way that's best fitting it. So I like that. I don't have any problem with that existing Oregon amendment 29.3 and 2902.1. I'm a thumbs up there.
If I can echo some of Tony's earlier comments, there was a time anyway, before you got all this flexible language, and we unfortunately had building departments that were just dialed down on this thing to the point that they weren't approving plans, just making it difficult for people, again, over something that is essentially not a life safety feature. I think the comment did come up that if you never had to pee really bad, you'd probably argue it is a life safety issue. But that aside, it just seemed ridiculous to be holding up plans over this. Yeah, there needs to be minimum life safety. I mean, excuse me, sanitation for sure. But that's really where all this flexibility has kind of come from, even the repeating that flexibility statement up front. And I'm fine if you're taking it out, don't get me wrong. But again, just I have a rich history with this chapter. So thought I would chime in.
Thanks for that, Richard. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think that's fine, that language that's in there.
I do too.
Okay, and that's item 29.3. So we're good with that. Thumbs up. Seems like good on the existing amendment. Okay, great. Thank you for that. And so then the next one is the table, right? So if we want to do, if there are any, proposed edits, if you wanted to look closer at, service sinks for certain occupancies, if there were, drinking fountain requirements for certain occupancies that made more sense, that you wanted, the committee wanted to take a look at, we can always table that item. And we also have a public proposal embedded within that same item 29-4. It's at the pleasure of the committee. So.
Now, since I'm not hearing anything else, should I jump in and talk about the proposal maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Eric. We can just, Laura has it pulled up here, so.
Okay. So a little bit of background. The last series of ICC code hearings, I submitted probably 4 or 5 different modifications to Chapter 29, and this has resulted primarily from the type of work that our office does. We do a lot of housing projects, multifamily housing projects, both hospitality, student housing, affordable market rate housing and whatnot. And on almost every one of the R2 apartments, we wind up submitting an appeal to modify the number of plumbing fixtures needed for those areas that are not specifically the dwelling unit portion of the project. And this particular one just really addresses when we have amenity spaces and leasing offices and sort of the other accessory uses in the building. When we have, for example, in the city of Portland, we have quite large rooms needed for bike storage that can drive up an occupant load. It might be in one particular place in the building, it might be scattered throughout the building. But when we start adding up all of these other parts and pieces, we wind up having multiple facilities on, and many times on different floors in the building, because the amenities are scattered and we're limited to the 500-foot travel distance in one story up and down. So this proposal adds footnote G to both the assembly and the business categories or classifications. And footnote G basically says that for that first 100 occupants outside of the dwelling units, when we have amenity spaces, leasing office, storage spaces that are specific to the use or limited for the use of dwelling units, the occupants of the dwelling units, their guests, the leasing agents and staff, that we only need to provide one for the first 100. And again, we've tried different ratios, tried to come up with what makes the most sense. And again, if we had a business, the leasing office on the ground floor and the amenity up on the 4th floor or 5th floor, that in itself would drive the need for more bathrooms, because you wouldn't meet the travel distance, the limitations. So this is only when we have all of this within that 500 feet that it would apply.
So number of stories doesn't matter. It's just 500 feet that somebody would have to determine?
No, well, no, within the code right now, it says for these public bathrooms that you can have an occupant travel up to 500 feet and one floor up or down.
Okay.
That's the maximum travel distance to get to it. So using this footnote, if I had all of these occupants on the ground floor, then for the first 100 occupants, I would only need to have one bathroom. But if I had an amenity space on an upper level and I had the leasing office on the ground floor, then that travel distance limitation would dictate that we had multiple bathrooms in the building. Does that make sense? Because the concern I had with it was, if you had an amenity space on the 5th floor and the leasing office on the 1st floor, well, you need to put more than one bathroom in there. It can't be, you couldn't say, well, there's only 100 total, so I only need one bathroom.
I would have thought you would have needed one on the 3rd floor. Oh, I see. You don't have any more amenity spaces except for the 5th floor. So you wouldn't have one on the 3rd floor or the 4th. It'd just be on the 1st and the 5th in this example. And so you just say, it would be for both reasons. The 5th floor is too far away and the 500 feet is too far away. You end up with the bathroom on the 5th floor for the other amenity office, wherever that is. From 3rd floor on up, you'd have another one.
Right. This would not supersede the requirement that you meet that maximum travel distance.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that would have been the easier way to explain it.
Mm-hmm. It makes sense to me, though, because of the way that the people come and use the space. They're not, there for a long period of time. They're just talking about certain contracts and they take off again. So,
And what we found is, and this is true in most of the buildings we do, they're secured buildings. And so these amenity spaces, unless somebody has invited, 50 of their closest friends to a party, these amenity spaces are usually being used by people who live in the building and have access to their own bathrooms. And so by using just the net number of people you have in the building, you wind up putting more fixtures in than we feel is really necessary. And as I said, we appeal this fixture count on, I can't think of a single R2 apartment building we've done in the last 7 or 8 years that we haven't had some type of an appeal go in to change the count.
So this particular amendment would fit to the way that you're designing right now. It wouldn't, you wouldn't need to amend it again because of other constraints, do you think?
Because of other constraints.
Well, let's just say that you've designed for X years, not 15 years or so. I don't know exactly how long. And you continually do these alternates. And this is I'm just trying to qualify this note as being solid for you, meaning that it contains all the elements that your previous appeals are trying to satisfy.
This is the largest one. We've had others where we have where we've asked for extensions of that travel distance limitation because we've had accessory areas that are really not necessarily normally occupied spaces that don't fit into the S, especially now that things like bike storage under the 2019 OSSC, bike storage that's part of an apartment building is classified as R2. It's not classified as S. So that exception 3 there in the locations doesn't apply necessarily because we're not an S anymore, we're an R. Exception 3 and 2902.33 right there. So if you look at exception 3, it does have that travel distance exception. We now, because many of these bike storage rooms and other parts are part of the R, we can't use this exception.
Yeah, the sort of things that we get in those areas, we get exercise room is pretty common. We would do it as a B, but it's at 1 to 50, so you can get a fairly big occupant load. You've got the bike storage, which can get, like he says, when it's a large one, it can get a fair occupant load. Although we typically, I think, allowed 1 to 300, even though it might be 1 to 200 if you use the R. You get all sorts of different, dog wash areas, just goes on and on, what you see in some of these buildings, and a big lobby area that has a load. So, yeah, in some ways this would be nice. Eric, do you see a problem when they go over 100? Do you want to just make it 1 per 100, or when they go over 100, then they go to the calculated? Because all of a sudden you could jump from 1 to, I don't know what. Businesses 1 per 25 or 1 to 40. So you can take a pretty big jump.
Yeah, and the assembly, yeah, you'd have to divide them out at that point, because if some of it was amenity and some of it was the office, although I don't think we've ever had a leasing office portion of a a residential building that ever had that many occupants.
No,
It's usually, yeah, it's usually the amenity spaces and the storage rooms.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that it'd be an issue most of the time. I think most of them will be under that. I just wanted to.
Mhm.
point
I
out
do
to you.
think going to the table does make sense. It would, I don't think it would kick it up too fast, because depending on which of the assembly uses you look at, if it's
Right.
an auditorium without permanent seating, maybe that's 1 per 125 and 1 per 65. So if we jumped over 100, it may not kick it up more than one right off the bat.
Yeah, most of the time should take care of it. And what's nice is we get them trying to just have one down below, but you got an amenity on the first floor and on the fifth. They don't want to do anything up above, which sometimes we're okay with, but once you start having a community room and a deck outside, I really want one at both locations. So, and this, they can use the 100 again and probably keep it to those spaces have bigger occupant loads, so it may jump it up quick, but yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, we have a project right now that has an occupant load of over 300 up on a roof amenity, and the jurisdiction we were working in actually didn't have any requirements for it up on the roof. And so the owner said, well, I'm not going to put a bathroom up there if I don't have to. And we tried to talk them out of it. And fortunately, through some other means, they wound up having to put them up there, but not because we recommended it.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think because we've been trying to figure out how we could write something, and this is simple. I mean, that's the part I like about it.
And it's specific to R2s, correct?
Yes. R2 dwelling units.
Yeah. That's most of the time where we see this come up. So yeah, no, I like the simplicity part of it.
I don't know if I can give it a thumbs up because I'm the one who wrote it. So
right.
I'll keep my hands down.
I mean,
it's kind of awkward, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, both of you guys.
It was hard. Yeah.
I guess the only thing of course, I haven't spent a lot of time with it, and people like to get creative with code, as we all know, that it can't be applied. That footnote couldn't be applied because it's going to go to the assembly space, right? And the business one.
And storage.
And storage. Yeah. But it's specific to the R2s. You know what I'm getting at? I don't want, and there's no definition of amenity space. And so those are the kinds of things that make me go, well, I guess that's for the next code cycle, right?
Yeah. The second it can be used by anybody,
yes,
then that wouldn't apply.
Yeah.
So if you didn't have a locking front door and there was a coffee shop in there, we would do that coffee shop, everything down there on its own.
Okay.
But that's not usually what we see.
So yeah, which the language only by occupants of the R2. That's
right.
The part that kicks in there. Yeah.
That's the part that kicks in. And so I feel better about that. So I'm okay.
Yeah, this excludes the general public, definitely. That was actually Jody's language.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're good on that one, Tony.
Great. All right. Thanks for that, committee. One thing to note on that, just a friendly amendment, Mr. Bressman, if you're okay with it, is just single occupant to single user, just aligning with the model term, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. Just editorial thing there. So we still are back on, we have the other half of the matrix item that was in front of us there, which is back to kind of that table discussion and, you know, what we're looking at. Do we want to table that? Is there something that you want to look at for the drinking fountains or for the, I just want to make sure that we have, I keep revisiting it so that we're good, that the committee has the opportunity to table it or whatever at the pleasure of the committee.
So that thing that you've got does it have the one per floor further up? Probably does. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it causes me some angst, but I don't know where I would put it. So I'm okay with kicking the can down the road and I won't be here next time.
Oh. You won't come back just for this, Terry. Come on. All right. Okay. So it sounds like I just want to double check it. So we're good on that matrix item in its entirety. We have the public proposal and the existing table.
Unless Elizabeth wanted to change the education one.
Oh, for the drinking fountain?
Oh, just for any of it.
Oh, well, I get a lot of people who they're like this, it's so excessive, the amount of bathrooms, blah, blah, blah. So I'm okay with it. I'm not prepared to change it, to be quite honest, but now I know what I need to do. So, and I'll still be here because I'm not going to, unfortunately.
All right.
I'll
So
work
what was that? I'm sorry.
I'll just work on it. Put it on.
Okay. Okay, so appreciate that and all the discussion there. So we'll move off of that item for now. We'll move on to the next one here on the matrix. So that was 29-4, the two pieces. And then the next one, 29-5, it is 2902.1.1. This is a model code change, and it's regarding just fixture calculations in general. Laura's going to pull up that new language there. It's in 2902.1.1. Yep, right there. There it is. So we have some additional language in the exceptions there. And I think this also ties, kind of goes into, this is the one where it was the major change and the significant change captured by ICC was addressing issues of gender and equality of access. So they're finally putting some language in there. And it looks like that blue language there is out of place, right? So in such, yeah, so the amendment there in number 2, I think what happened is that was what we were proposing to put at the end of 2901.2, and it got pasted in there to the end of number 2. So my apologies for that. So ignore the amendment language there. And then also we have a proposed strikeout within exception 2 there, and that is basically regarding configuration, and where you have a urinal that it must be provided or located within a stall. And then there's also some other language that we'll cover here in a little bit that ties back into that regarding privacy.
I think this is good. I see the single user notes there, and I don't want to get sidetracked. I just saw a footnote that said single occupant. So I just try to make that consistent. And I don't know if this latest ICC proposal has changed footnote C to single user in the table. Otherwise, it looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Any other thoughts, discussion, committee? No?
I like it.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. All right, so moving on to the next item, 29-6 regarding separate facilities. So we have a couple of things here. So in 2902.2, the model code added some language, and then we also have those existing exceptions that you're familiar with. So we see the existing exceptions, and then the clarification of, one single user toilet room shall be permitted in those instances. We have number 4, which number 4 was an action under the 2019 OSSC process. And that was due to the lack of basically the model code language, and that we wanted to provide the pathway for other approved configurations to be available to customers if that was the design choice they wanted to make. And then you also see now the new model code exceptions there. And the pointer back to, so at the model code level, obviously they use the IPC right in their suite of codes. And so you see that correction there in item number 6. So turn it over to the committee for any discussion.
So I've looked at this language quite a bit because as I said earlier, I had submitted quite a few changes in this chapter. And, one of them was just a editorial one in this section that did not get passed, and it's unfortunate, but it seems like every one of these starts off with a bunch of redundant language. The whole thing says where plumbing fixtures are required, separate facilities shall be provided for each sex. And then every one of these starts with separate facilities shall not be required. Separate facilities shall not be required. It seems like just one sentence that says that at the beginning and then leave that off would have been, and I have no idea why the committee said no, but it just.
Interesting. Huh.
But the content of these makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I don't have, I agree with what you're saying. I
Yeah.
don't have a problem with it. I'm not sure if there's any that kind of resolve some of the other ones, but it's not going to hurt anything having all these.
They're just really trying to drive the point, Eric. I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Looks good. Excellent. All right. Thank you for that. Okay, so the next item up on the matrix here, we have, somehow I lost my tab. Here we go. Okay, so we have the 2902.3.3, location of toilet facilities in other than mall occupancies. And this was a travel distance item. Let's see here. And Laura, can you back up a little bit? I'm sorry. I think we have another change I wanted to cover, employee and yes. So 2902.3, my apologies. I should have captured this on the matrix, but here we go. We're going to cover it. So this has come up several times on our technical team's radar, and this draft language is proposed to the committee there is just intending to offer additional flexibility for areas that may exceed that 300 square foot allowance and noted in exception 2 there. But then also ties it back to just building official approval. So what we've run into some of these non-customarily occupied structures that happen to have public access. Like let's say it's the storage facility one comes up quite often,
Yeah.
or maybe there's a main area where, you know, folks can come in and they have whatever they have there. There's boxes and supplies and some other things. It's not staffed. It's not intended for them to spend, for patrons to spend much time in there, but it's larger than the 300 square feet. We've run into that before where, well, it doesn't really say it and it's exceeding that 300 square feet. So this is non-customarily occupied structures with public access, as long as it's approved by the building official, would also be exempt from the public toilet facility requirements for the committee to consider and discuss. Thank you.
I agree. I've had to come up with storage buildings where there's like 3 on a lot kind of thing. And they're like, do we have to put facilities in each building? And
I've had to come up with a generator building,
one.
remote location.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this makes sense.
It makes
Okay.
sense.
Excellent.
We just said that they're going to be on the golf cart, and they'll go back to the office when they get
Right.
Adjacent building on the same lot, right?
Yes, yeah.
Right. Adjacent building on the same lot.
Yeah. Okay. So we're good on that one. Any other considerations, concerns? Good. Terry, you good with that? You have any concerns?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the liquor stores and the fact that none of them have public bathrooms in them, and I've never been quite sure how they get there, but the LCC won't allow them to have it.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, no, they're not.
That's a-
If you look, and they'll put the bathroom in that will make them put it in, but they won't put a sign on because they're not allowed to allow the public to use any a restroom, and that's OLCC that does it.
Interesting.
Wow.
Had no idea.
Probably the same for marijuana or dispensaries.
I'm guessing, yeah.
Flash of a construction standard and a licensing requirement, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hmm. Okay, well, thanks for that one. And I'll get it added to the matrix because I think it is an item to note, and we'll just capture the discussion here. So 29-7, matrix item 2902.3.3. We have the existing Oregon amendment there, longstanding exception 1, and then we have new model language down below in number 3. I'll turn it over to you, committee.
What's happening with Ontario Power?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, subtle. Yeah.
Great. All right, excellent. Thank you for that. Okay, the next one, 29-8, 29-9. 29-8 is signage. And again, this was discussion under the 2019 OSSC process where we added some language just clarifying that shall be provided with signs that designate where those separate facilities are required, again, unless otherwise approved by the building official. So it's just reiterating that discretionary authority, flexibility, and the possibility of different configurations.
Yeah, where we put this language throughout this document really makes me not have a problem with that, us taking that first chunk of language out.
Okay.
We put it throughout anyway, so.
Yeah, are you talking about the authorization language up front here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, got it. Perfect, we'll note that on the matrix.
Laurie, we just pushed the ARE and the AS together. I think it's areas, yeah. There you go. I don't know why it's blue and red, but I think it's areas.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Where separate facilities are
required
there. Are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it? Do we
Yeah, I
delete
think it's
the
all
AS?
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it.
Yeah, the model reads as required.
Yeah.
So I think that's why.
Oh,
we
so the as is
strike.
delay. Oh, to strike.
Yeah, we strike the as.
Yeah, I'm getting old. Gotcha.
So, all right, great. I think we're good to go on that one. 29-9. We have the drinking fountain location requirement, and we delete that. Sorry, Laura, just a little bit further up. Yeah, right there. 2902.5. And this again just reflects that the table, right? So this language doesn't work with the amended table.
The kids will love it. Teacher, I need to get a drink, and it's at the other end of the school. They could be gone the whole period.
Any more discussion on this existing deletion? Okay, great. Thanks for that. The next one, so this is the last portion. This is not identified on the matrix, but I just wanted, while we're here in chapter 29, sorry, Laura, it's this last section. So this was added at the model code level. It's section 2903. And so a couple of things here. It's duplicative to chapter 12, which we already covered, right? We have privacy requirements and clearances in our chapter 12 existing. It's so there's duplication there. And then there's also conflicts with the plumbing code, just in general and data authority. So going back, you know, we tried to bifurcate that. So just wanted to reference it, make the committee aware of it, and then see if there was any concerns with deleting it.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you for that. So that takes us through chapter 29. I don't think any of those had an associated fiscal, but if we can just just glance at the matrix, just kind of peel through it. A lot of them, there could be fiscal savings. Mr. Bressman's proposal, the recommendation on that could be a fiscal savings.
Oh, I did have in the proposal, I believe there was a breakdown, a cost breakdown with that.
Perfect.
I wonder even if it's needed, if it's a footnote, it could be an option as opposed to a requirement. So it seems like with an option that would be either cost existing or the new reduced cost.
Yeah,
Oh, I see. Yeah, I remember looking.
if you scroll down, it has a total per bathroom. I thought there was. Oh, no, because I didn't know how many we were going to have in the building.
I think this is great information. If the committee's good with that to serve in its place, that'll be helpful to Tyler. Great. All right, so that's the end of, there weren't any significant changes in the remaining chapters or the appendices, but I want to go through all of them just so you have them all available to you on your committee page. And then we just kind of walk through them like we've done with other things, and we can stop if the committee would like to discuss any of them, and we'll go from there. So chapter 30, elevators and conveying systems. So no new deletion here. We do have some existing organ amendments again we talked about it earlier, where we're pointing to that statewide elevator code program. And so reminding, that we have that program, and then also that any references here to the codes that they promulgate and adopt under that statutory authority is just for the convenience of the reader. So you'll see those kind of amendments throughout. Standby power, same thing, right? So it's a requirement, and then we also tie you back to that A17.1. Same with machine rooms there. Here is some model code language that was added. Rooms and spaces enclosed with fire barriers or horizontal assemblies, so breaking it down there. A clarification and new exception for FSAE. Elevator not be required to serve the top floor of a building where that floor is utilized only for equipment for buildings. You good to go on that one, Terry? You probably run into that the most. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Here's a clarification 3007.8.1 that was inadvertently omitted from the 19 OSSC and was captured via errata. And that is in the left-hand column there, lower left-hand column, 3007.8.1, clarifying the performance requirement for protection of those wiring and cables. So that was a missing piece. And I think we worked with Terry. I think Mr. Bressman raised a similar question in the past from a technical angle. And so those are reflected again on the 19 OSSC errata that's available via our commercial structures program page. So you can access that now. And then this change is also just reflecting that. And I want to say that that's just about it. Yep. Another right there again, do kind of the same exact language, same general requirement pointing us to the electrical code. So any method, wiring a method would be regulated by the electrical code and promulgated therein. But then as far as the performance, that FRR, we established the FRR is 2 hours.
Yeah.
Great. All right, so we're skipping over 31. We'll cover 31 on December 2nd. When Sarah, the committee member, is here, she has the expertise in those solar systems, and there's some language there that we have to cover regarding solar ready and solar ready zones. So there's quite a bit of information there in 31. 32. Not a significant change here. Again, this is some new language up front that aligns with the Chapter 1 updates. And so we're just basically duplicating that language and providing it up front.
So Tony, my question is, you're saying that this chapter isn't in effect, which I'm fine with that, but I would sure like to leave all the language there. So if the local jurisdiction adopts it, it's right there for them.
Okay. Yeah, and we could definitely recommend, we can note that, Terry.
Yeah. Because otherwise then they have to send somebody to the ICC code book. I mean, we've done this before where we say the state hasn't adopted this, but you still include it there because the local jurisdiction can adopt it. So.
Yeah, and on this one, encroachments into the public right of way. So remember on that Chapter 1 exercise, there are some subtle nuances there. And I totally understand what you're saying because we've done that with other things in the past. But this is one where it's actually outside of 455, our authority delegated. So the municipalities absolutely may have the authority to adopt it, like fire safety during construction. It just wouldn't be through our delegated authority in any way. So we could still keep the provisions in as long as that charging language was there, but we can note that. Absolutely, Terry.
because our PBOT we've used this for years in Portland, even though it's, even if the state doesn't say that people can, we'll adopt it through our own process, but it's nice to have the code complete and have that language there.
Okay.
Good
And that'll
point.
probably be a reoccurring note as we move through the next few things, it sounds like.
Yeah,
So-
I'm going to bring it up on others too. yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. All right. And again, this is then what we do is we reflect these considerations in that chapter 1 bifurcation of kind of the shall, the may, and the outside of 455, if you think of it in 3 buckets.
Does that make sense to you, Elizabeth?
Yeah, we would want the same because we've adopted our own chapter 1. So yeah, I agree. And I've used it in LO, so.
Okay, we'll note that. All right, so next up we have chapter 33, safeguards during construction. Now this one's a little bit different, right? Because there's certain portions that do apply, and then there's certain portions that don't. And then there are things that are completely outside, again, the authority of 455. So this one's, there's a lot of stuff there. So going back, we have right up front, we clarify, I'm going to open up my own version here just real quick. Okay. So we have fire safety during construction, right? And this is the other one where we clarified in that list up in chapter 1. Obviously, we know municipalities have programs in place. They have independent authority to regulate these things locally. So we have that existing amendment. Then in demolition is more difficult, right? Because if you look at the charge of 45, it's construction, reconstruction, alteration, and repair. And so we don't adopt 3303. Many jurisdictions, many municipalities have demolition requirements, demolition permits. And so you see that text box there, and that's the reasoning behind that.
Yeah, and again, and kind of the same thing, it'd be nice if you left it in. We have our own language, but that doesn't mean that a local jurisdiction might not want to just use this same language.
Good point.
Yeah, and I'll note that, Terry, and just no promises, just in case, our legal folks might say that, nope, we're not doing that because it's completely outside of our authority. But absolutely, we'll note it and we'll reflect it on the matrix accordingly. All right. Clarification, a couple of things, 3304.1.2, you see some draft clarifying amendments. Just again, it's a defined term, so we're adding some clarification there, 3304.1.2 for surcharge. For sanitary, we have the requirement and then some modifications there. Protection of pedestrians. So this one's come up quite a bit. And this kind of ties back to that public right of way as well. So we have absolutely on a site, we would regulate, during construction and in addition and work, we would regulate protection of pedestrians and folks on that site. It's just once we are beyond that. So now we're in public right of way. We're no longer under the authority of 455. So that's where the language is to clarify things there. And that last sentence needs to say protection of pedestrians. I think that language in 3306.1, that last sentence will be updated for your review. I'm not sure what happened there. So then these standards are retained, right, through all of 3306. So we'll scroll down. And then we have protection of adjoining property. Again, Terry will note that as well, the recommendation. Same with temporary use of streets, alleys, and public property. And then I think there's a little bit more. So we have the same with fire extinguishers there, 3309. Means of egress in 3310, you'll see that consistent addition that we've made now kind of throughout the code. I think this phrase occurs in many places, fire department vehicle access. And so lowest level of fire department vehicle access. So we've added that required throughout where that phrase occurs. Standpipes, reiterating the fire officials' specific authority regarding standpipes. So you see similar language there from chapter 9.
So just to be clear, I thought it was 30 feet instead of 40 on the stairways. I know the language says 40 here, but I thought in 905 it said 30 feet above the required fire department vehicle access.
Is 30 feet where the trigger for the required standpipe in general? And this is just saying during construction.
During construction, yeah.
When you get up above 40, that's when you need to install it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm just noting the inconsistency and not asking for it to change. I just never noticed it before. Apologize to distract the committee.
He's correct. Good memory.
Absolutely. So the next one, 3313, water supply for fire protection. Same kind of reoccurring theme here. And then same with fire watch during construction. So nothing really new there, just, and we'll note those comments and we can add that to the matrix. We'll just add a line item that we went through 33 and we had some general recommendations about retaining language that's outside the authority or not adopted. We'll note that. All right, so now we have the appendices. Who's excited? I'm excited. Okay. So we'll bring those up. So not a lot in the appendices. There's one new appendix that I'm really excited about. We'll talk about it at the end. But the same thing here. And Terry, do you have any input on these? So the same kind of thing here. We were recommending not showing them because oftentimes folks will see the language in place, but not read the italicized kind of charging scope up front.
You know, there's some that we can't adopt, period. And I don't know why those need to be there, but if they're ones that we can adopt or it's outside the scope, then I think it would be good to leave them because the jurisdiction then could use them.
Okay.
And it's nice to have your code book complete rather than having to add pages back in.
Right, right. I understand. Okay, so we'll capture those comments as we kind of peel through these.
Yeah.
So for example, Appendix B, Board of Appeals, that's a great example if we scroll down to the next one. So see how the language changed up front, kind of capturing that scope and consistency with Chapter 1. So this is preempted by the State Building Code. It's not available for municipal adoption.
Correct. Yeah, I have no problem with that going away because nobody can use it.
Right. Okay. Okay. So I just want to make sure I capture the comments from the committee accurately. So that's helpful. So the next one, Appendix C, it is adopted as part of the State Building Code. And some scoping language changes up front based on recent legislation. So I'm sure Elizabeth's very familiar with the legislation.
County. I work in the county.
I know. So just to talk through it right there, obviously up front in scope, we have some changes there. We we separated ag buildings and equine facilities previously. So now we just added in dog training facilities because they're captured separately in the statute. And then really what that scope's intended to do long-standing is just clarify that, like, okay, hey, you have this complete exemption from the structural code under this statutory path. And then really the provisions of this appendix are just applying exclusively to the regulated agricultural buildings that don't, that aren't exempt under statute. So a little bit of restructuring there. And adding the word regulated agricultural buildings so that it's perfectly clear. We've had quite a few questions about that in the past, about the scope and application of Appendix C.
Right.
Then we have the typical list existing there. No technical changes throughout all of Appendix C here, but then you also note in the text box, Laura has put some placeholders there because of course, the statute changed. So we want to make sure we capture that for folks. Any thoughts on that? We're good to go? Discussion? Okay, excellent. Thank you. Appendix D, fire districts. Same language there, and strike out just for consistency. Rolling through, then we get to Appendix E. So here again, as we noted, just that difference up front, that subtle difference here. So this is preempted. So we'll make note of that in the matrix. Appendix F. So Appendix F here is one that is permitted to be adopted by a local municipality through our delegated authority. So there's the difference. So now you see we don't strike it. It's just printed there, available for municipal adoption. Get to Appendix G. We have recommended striking all of Appendix G. So we'll make that same note there.
Yeah, again, we have ours in our own title, but you know, for a smaller jurisdiction that isn't writing their own stuff, it'd be nice if they could just adopt.
Okay, in Appendix H, signs. So clarification language up front, and then again, a subtle nuance there. Specific to signs. So attached to and supported by a regulated building. They are required to meet the provisions of the building code. If they're freestanding, they can be regulated by the local municipality through our authority, as long as they're not located in a public right of way, and then it would be completely outside of our authority. So, and none of the language there changed in Appendix H, so we just left it as is, the model. Appendix I is adopted as part of the state building code. No changes, no technical changes there in the model level. Grading. Same thing here, Appendix J. And this is a common one, right? It's adopted in many municipalities.
Yes.
So we'll note that as well for that Appendix J. Administrative provisions preempted here, not available for adoption. The same with Appendix L and earthquake recording instrumentation. Same with Appendix M, and also preempted by, right, the recent changes from statute and where we went in 1615 regarding Chapter 6 of ASCE 716. So good stuff there. Replicable buildings, Appendix N, very similar. No preemption here. And really what, I mean, Appendix N outlines is just a flexible local process, which already exists for all municipalities to consider. And then the one I'm really excited about is Appendix O. and reference to ICC's performance code. So it really just basically the way that this applied, new model appendix, of course, in the 21 iteration, and it ties it to your alternate method provisions. So I was thinking that it might be, I wanted to get the committee's input on it, but we were thinking we'd add kind of a companion pointer within chapter 1 provisions for alternate methods back to this performance-based design application appendix. So
I will tell you that ICC, they're putting together a special group to look at the performance code because it really is not used, because it's not very user friendly, to be truthful. Testing or whatever that has to be shown. I mean, it's
and the reports and all the
yep. It's just not happening. So they're actually just starting the process of relooking at that whole performance code.
Yeah, that's great information, Terry. I think, honestly, I think this is going to be the future for many complex designs, right? I mean, it's the way that things are kind of going away from a prescriptive realm into to more of a performance for certain projects.
Yeah, I was going to say it's going to be big, high dollar projects that can afford to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and this isn't, so if we go back up to the introduction on this one, it's nice because it just sets the stage, right? It's just saying that can be used in conjunction with the alternate method provisions of chapter 1. So just provide some flexibility. Do you have any committee concerns with including this? Any recommendation on pointers within chapter 1 to this? Clarification, sideboards?
I think the only caution I have is that that the chapter 1 alternate materials and methods pointer to this would dictate that this prescription of alternate would be required. And I just I can see within this there's different ideas of how to manage the alternate and may not apply to every single situation. So the language, the word may would be helpful, I guess.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I should have clarified that, Mr. Sandoval. Good note. But no, it wouldn't be a shall comply with Appendix O. It would just be, by the way, for where applicable or where used where pursued, something like that, in conjunction with an alternate. There is also this appendix that could be looked at.
It's a great teaching tool. It's a great avenue for dialogue. I really like the appendix. It's just letting it open itself up with the team, building department, design owner combo.
I have to admit that I haven't really read through it, and I need to, because we have a very robust appeals process. So we're, more so than what most anywhere around the country has, actually. So we do a lot.
And you may want to add some of your ideas in here so it can become available to the rest of the state.
Yeah, and we can revisit this one, Terry, in committee. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll try to read through it.
Okay. Looks like Amit has his hand raised. Yes, sir.
Hi, Tony, thanks.
Sure.
We have done in the city of Portland quite a few of these performance-based designs in there. The one thing that maybe we may want to look at is the requirements for peer review. I think one of the things that and I haven't read these provisions specifically, but previously when we've had discussions on the peer review requirements, one of the things was that the peer reviewer is hired by the owner on these. And so that, at least in my mind, is some sort of a conflict of interest in there. I know different jurisdictions around the country do different things. A lot of this performance-based design is done in like Seattle, for example, and they essentially, the peer reviewer is hired by the building department, and the costs are obviously transferred to the owner there, but the peer reviewers are responsible to the building department and not to the owner or the design engineer. So I don't know if that is something that we may want to look at, but I just want to bring that to the attention.
I think that's a good point, Ahmed. We had a similar situation in another jurisdiction across the states. And the peer reviewer was under the purview of the building official, a lot like, special inspectors are technically under the peer review or under the review of the inspection group. I think if you just scroll down a little bit, you'll see the language that's in this for peer review. And I don't know if it says, under the authorization of the building official, but that might be helpful to your point. I'm in support of that idea.
I think it's a really good point. And I think that's the key, right? Having that approved by the building official language so that the building official does have a say in who's approved to conduct that peer review.
Right. Yeah, and that's what we are doing at this point in the city of Portland is that, the owner is hiring them directly, but we work with them to select a peer reviewer.
Right. Thanks for that comment. Should we add this back, committee? Do we want to add this to that daunting December 2nd agenda that we're going to?
I think I'd like to have it available to discuss, and if we can't get the homework done, then we can't get it. It's kind of like a lower priority, but if we do have the homework done, it'd be nice to actually talk about it. So if you could have it there just to check in, see if we can elevate it to a discussion, that would be nice.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Eric, did you have anything? I saw you. Nope. Okay. Just double checking. Sorry. All right. So the last thing on the agenda is, I think that we've made it through everything. I don't think I'm missing anything there. Excellent work, committee. We're getting out of school early today too. Hey.
On the reference standards section, is that coming later, or is that something we'll just assume is based on the 2021?
Yeah, so we can prepare what we have and show it to you. It's good. The majority of the vast majority is just 2021.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just additions. Yeah.
Yep. So we can have that ready. So what we have left, we have chapter 2 left, right? We have a couple of things here in chapter 4 that we want to bring back and discuss. So we'll get that language put up. We have the chapter 31. We have chapter 34. I'll give you insight on what we're going to be proposing on chapter 34 is a fully integrated IEBC/organ amendments in chapter 34. So really, when it comes down to it, I think it's about 60 pages. So it might even be less than chapter 4 in size. So we have chapter 34, which is going to be a pretty robust discussion necessary there. We have the care facilities within dwellings, general discussion that affects multiple areas of the code. I want to say that's it. 31 and the solar provisions, right? So solar ready, meeting the executive order requirements. So that's a big piece. And then we have some things to bring back here, right? So we have this Appendix O, and then we can absolutely take a look like we've done with everything else. We can take a look at chapter 1, absolutely. And just if there's any committee, general discussion or input, we can have that. So that's what we have left. And then kind of at the end, we're going to do, a revisit of all the fiscal. Sounds like a lot of fun. But we're going to go back through and just double check. Like, hey, we got fiscals on these things. Does that sound right, committee? Are we, we in good shape on that? So for the next agenda, December 2nd, which is a Thursday, we'll have those things. Additional chapter 4. We plan to have chapter 31. We plan right now to have the care facilities within dwellings. Laura, you feel free to chime in here if I'm missing anything. And we're hoping to possibly have 34, but it's a big lift. And we want to give you time to review it. And so it might be that we do kind of a shorter meeting on the December 2nd and then add something after that. How does that sound to the committee?
Okay.
Any thoughts, ideas, questions?
I just got a direct message from Seth Thomas. I don't know exactly. It says Jeremy wanted me to give you a heads up that he has to drop off in a few minutes, and the date for December 2nd doesn't work with his schedule, and chapter 34 and 31 are something that SEAO has some interest in. So I don't know exactly how that manifests itself, because right now we just have one date scheduled, the December 2nd date. So
Yeah.
Maybe just informational piece.
Okay. Well, and maybe Jeremy can work with Seth and SEAO to see if maybe they can have another representative here to provide input to the committee.
That'd be nice. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for relaying that, Mr. Sandoval. Any other thoughts, questions, concerns, ideas?
Yeah, mainly just the sooner that you can get us the copy of that so we can go through it, because I mean, today I was working pretty blind, didn't have time to go through this. That's why we had to carry a couple of these things over. But 34, I think it's really important that we at least get a few days.
Yeah, no, I agree. And apologies for that today. It was, we had a little bit of compression there and didn't get a couple of sections included. And we're trying to do our best.
Yeah, I totally get it.
Yeah.
I would say, though, if that's going to happen, we just push it to the next week.
Okay, so it sounds like, so let's do this. Let's just set up the agenda. It sounds like we have at least a few things to cover. I think we can cover 31 because we will have Sarah, committee member, back with some expertise there. And that's a big item there on the alignment with the executive order. So that's an important piece. Let's not plan on having 34 there. So then I'll work with Laura on getting the committee some additional available dates. And maybe we can kind of separate chapter 34 out. So we'll cover tabled items. We have some stuff in chapter 4. Maybe the care facilities within dwellings discussion on the 2nd. So it could just be maybe like a half a day meeting, depending on how it goes. Does that?
That sounds comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing that you've got, Tony, is just within the BCD group, you have a Thanksgiving holiday. So trying to prep for maybe 31 might be heavy lift for you too. So it might be better to truncate it. You look frozen. I don't know if you're connected.
Yeah, he does look.
He's stunned by your.
Doesn't like that idea.
No, he doesn't like that idea.
It is kind of a disgusting look on his disgusted look.
The funny thing is he probably hears everything
he got
you're saying. Yeah.
Power went out.
Oh
no.
Well, and that's funny too, because I don't know exactly where Tyler is, but
they're both.
Tyler, are you back?
I'm here.
You had power out too. So
Yeah, we had a tree knocked over a transformer. Fun times.
You guys are at the office, right? Or are you?
No, at least I'm working remotely.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you're from home, but Tony a lot of times is in the office.
Goes in. I don't know.
Yeah.
Today he's at home today, but sometimes he does go in for these meetings, but he's at home today.
All right.
So where was he? What was he talking about there?
He was opening up another meeting and he was thinking about what he was going to truncate. And so he was just trying to get affirmation of the ones that were going to be on there. And I don't know if you heard yes from us. So that's the whole potentially.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. So half a day meeting next time, and he was rattling off what was going to be there, and then we'll look
Chapter
for another
4,
meeting date
table
farther
again.
out.
Yep.
Right.
And I was just trying to affirm to him that he's got Thanksgiving, so it might be hard for him too. So.
Right. We talked about that this morning too. So okay. All right. Sounds good.
Thanks, Eric.
I will not see you on the 2nd, but everybody else will. So. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a great Thanksgiving.
You too.